Over 2 millennia ago, in ancient Greece, tales of gods and heroes shaped the world. Witness Zeus's revolt, Prometheus crafting humanity, and Pandora's fateful curiosity. Explore the epic battles of the Titanomachy, the birth of Athena from Zeus's head, and Odysseus's cunning journey home. Delve into Hercules' 12 labors, the tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice, and the monumental clash of the Trojan War. Join us as we unravel the complete history of Greek mythology, where legends come to life and the ancient world unfolds in epic tales of power, love, and adventure. Before Hesiod's ages, the birth of the world. 1800 BC until 1710 BC. In the beginning, there was only chaos, a boundless, empty void. From this nothingness emerged Gaia, the earth, and Eros, the primordial force of love. They brought life and creation, giving rise to night and day, who broke the reign of Erebus, the darkness, creating the eternal dance of twilight and dawn. From the depths of chaos also emerged Tartarus, a grim abyss where condemned souls would face their punishments. But Gaia had one more significant role to play. She gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who enveloped her with his vast expanse. Together, they brought forth 12 powerful beings, 6 sons and 6 daughters, known as the Titans. Among these Titans were Oceanus, the vast river encircling the earth, and Hyperion, the radiant sun, who drove his fiery chariot across the sky, bringing light to the world. At dusk, his daughter Selene, the gentle moon, would rise, casting a serene glow over the night. Yet Uranus was a tyrant. Fearing the power of his children, he imprisoned them deep within Gaia's womb, causing her great pain. Desperate for freedom, the Titans turned to their mother for help. Gaia, determined to end their suffering, crafted an unbreakable sickle and entrusted it to her youngest and mightiest son, Cronus. Cronus lay in wait, biding his time. When Uranus descended to embrace Gaia, Cronus struck with the sickle, severing his father's genitals, which fell into the sea. From the sea foam arose Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, heralding a new era. Cronus's rebellion marked the beginning of the Titans' rule, a time of both prosperity and conflict, setting the stage for the epic tales of power, betrayal, and divine machinations that would shape Greek mythology for millennia. Hesiod's first age, the golden age of mankind, 1710 BC until 1674 BC. After vanquishing his father Uranus with a sickle crafted by his mother Gaia, Cronus ascended to the throne, ushering in a new era. His rule, however, was overshadowed by a dark prophecy that one of his own children would dethrone him. To prevent this, Cronus resorted to a horrifying solution. He devoured each of his newborn offspring, 3 sons and 3 daughters. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon met this grim fate. Only the youngest, Zeus, was spared through the cunning of his mother, Rhea. Desperate to save her last child, Rhea hid Zeus in a cave on Mount Ida in Crete, offering Cronus a rock swaddled in infant clothing, which he unsuspectingly ingested. Raised by nymphs and nurtured by the divine goat Amalthea, Zeus grew strong and wise under the watchful eye of his grandmother Gaia. When he reached adulthood, he was ready to challenge his tyrannical father. Returning in secret, Zeus confronted Cronus with the help of the goddess Metis. They concocted a potion that forced Cronus to vomit up his swallowed children. Reunited, Zeus and his siblings rallied together and declared war on the Titans, igniting the epic Titanomachy. For 10 long years, the Olympians clashed with the Titans. They also released the 100-handed giants, the Hecatontures, and enlisted the Cyclopes, who forged their powerful weapons. With Zeus wielding a mighty thunderbolt, Poseidon a trident, and Hades a helm of invisibility, the tide of the war shifted in favor of the Olympians. Ultimately, the Titans were defeated. Zeus cast them into the depths of Tartarus, a dark and desolate abyss where they would suffer eternal torment. Atlas, who had led the Titans in battle, received a particularly harsh punishment. He was condemned to hold up the sky for eternity. However, not all Titans faced such grim fates. Themis and her son Prometheus, who had sided with Zeus, were spared and allowed to dwell among the gods. With their victory secure, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades divided the realms among themselves. Zeus claimed the heavens, ruling over the sky and all it encompassed. Poseidon took the vast oceans, commanding the seas and all their creatures. Hades was given dominion over the underworld, where the souls of the departed resided. From their new home on Mount Olympus, the gods established their rule, becoming known as the 12 Olympians. They governed both mortals and monsters, ensuring the cosmos remained in balance. This era, known as the Golden Age of mankind, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity. Mortals lived without toil or sorrow. The earth provided abundantly, and the gods walked among them, sharing wisdom and blessings. Hesiod's Second Age, the Silver Age of mankind, 1674 BC until 1628 BC. Despite the gods' dominion over Earth, Prometheus, one of the few Titans spared after the Titanomachy, was discontent with the state of humanity. Viewing them as mere beasts, he took it upon himself to fashion mankind from clay, sculpting them in the likeness of the gods. Yet he felt they lacked something essential. They dwelled in darkness, ignorant and primitive. To elevate them, Prometheus bestowed upon humanity the gift of fire. This divine flame allowed humans to emerge from their caves, fashion tools, and assert their dominance over the natural world. Zeus, however, looked upon Prometheus's actions with displeasure. Furious at Prometheus's defiance, he demanded animal sacrifices from humanity as a show of gratitude to the gods. Prometheus, ever loyal to mankind, devised a cunning plan. He divided a bull into two portions, presenting Zeus with a choice. One parcel contained succulent meat concealed beneath an unappetizing stomach, while the other held bare bones covered in a thick layer of delectable fat. Deceived by the appearance of the offerings, Zeus selected the parcel wrapped in fat, only to discover the bones beneath when he peeled away the layer. Enraged by Prometheus's trickery, Zeus punished humanity by depriving them of fire, plunging them back into darkness, and forcing them to retreat into their primitive state. Determined to restore fire to mankind, Prometheus daringly scaled Mount Olympus and stole the divine flame once more. Returning to Earth, he reignited civilization by gifting humanity with fire again. Infuriated by Prometheus's audacity, Zeus ordered the Titan to be chained to a mountainside, where each day an eagle would feast on his regenerating liver, perpetuating his torment for eternity. Despite the relentless agony, Prometheus endured, ensuring that humanity retained the precious gift of fire and the very spark of civilization. His suffering became a symbol of unwavering defiance and sacrifice, igniting the flame of progress in the hearts of mankind. However, Prometheus's noble efforts to uplift humanity only fueled Zeus's wrath. The king of the gods, unappeased by Prometheus's torment, sought further retribution, determined to shatter the hope and resilience of the human race. Determined to inflict further suffering upon mankind, he commanded Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, to create a being capable of bringing great misery. Using clay from the earth, Hephaestus molded the first woman. She was imbued with unparalleled beauty by Aphrodite, while Zeus instilled in her an insatiable curiosity. Hermes, the messenger god, bestowed upon her the gift of speech and named her Pandora, meaning all gifts, as she received offerings from each of the gods. Pandora's creation was completed with a final ominous gift, a sealed box, given by the gods and forbade to be opened. With these instructions, Zeus sent Hermes to deliver Pandora to Earth, where she would marry Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Despite Prometheus's warnings against accepting any gifts from the gods, Epimetheus, enchanted by Pandora's beauty, took her as his wife without hesitation. For a while, Prometheus and Pandora lived in bliss, exploring nature and cherishing their daughter, Pyrrha, who brought them immense joy. However, Pandora's mind was continually drawn back to the mysterious box she had been forbidden to open. Her curiosity grew day by day, transforming into an uncontrollable desire. Finally, Pandora succumbed to her curiosity. As she lifted the lid of the box, a dense, dark cloud erupted, filling the air with chaos. From within the box emerged all the evils that Prometheus had shielded mankind from: greed, envy, disease, and old age, among other malevolent forces. These plagues spread rapidly, casting a shadow over the once idyllic world. In a desperate attempt to contain the catastrophe, Pandora slammed the lid shut, but it was too late. The evils had already escaped, leaving only one thing inside the box: hope. This Zeus intended as his greatest punishment. With hope, mankind would endure all suffering, clinging to life through every hardship, ensuring they bore the weight of their newfound burdens for eternity. Gigantomachy, the battle of the gods and giants. In the Silver Age of mankind, following the defeat of the Titans, the earth was shaken by another epic conflict, the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods of Olympus and the giants. This cataclysmic war was spurred by Gaia, the Earth Mother, who was enraged by the imprisonment of her Titan children in Tartarus. Seeking revenge, she gave birth to a race of formidable giants, each imbued with immense strength and ferocity. Among these giants was Porphyrion, their fearsome leader, whose ambition was to overthrow Zeus and the Olympian gods. The giants, towering and powerful, rose from the earth, wielding trees as clubs and hurling boulders at Mount Olympus. The gods, sensing the impending threat, rallied their forces. Zeus, with his thunderbolt, led the Olympians into battle, alongside his siblings and children. The clash of titans against gods shook the heavens and earth, each side vying for supremacy. Porphyrion, the mightiest of the giants, launched a direct assault on Olympus. In the midst of the battle, he attempted to seize Hera, but Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt, while Hercules, the demigod son of Zeus, finished him off with a lethal arrow. This collaboration between gods and a mortal hero was crucial in the defeat of the giants, as it had been foretold that only with the aid of a mortal could the gods secure their victory. Throughout the battle, many giants met their demise at the hands of the Olympians. Athena crushed Enceladus under the island of Sicily. Hephaestus overwhelmed Mimas with molten metal, and Dionysus defeated Eurydice with his thyrsus. The sheer might and unity of the gods eventually turned the tide of the war in their favor. Following their victory in the Gigantomachy, the gods solidified their rule over the cosmos. The 12 Olympians. Zeus, the Thunderer. From his mighty throne on Mount Olympus, Zeus, the king of the gods, ruled over the cosmos. With a thunderbolt in hand and an eagle by his side, his mere presence commanded reverence and fear among mortals. The Greeks saw Zeus as the ultimate arbiter of fate, controlling weather patterns with his ever-changing moods, unleashing thunderstorms, rain, and snowstorms, each as unpredictable as the god himself. Those who worshipped him received his blessings, while those who defied him faced his formidable wrath. Despite his overwhelming power, Zeus sought companionship. His search for a queen was marked by a series of tumultuous relationships. Known for his infidelity, Zeus had 7 wives, each contributing to the rich tapestry of Greek mythology. Metis, the wise nymph. Zeus's first wife was the nymph Metis, goddess of wisdom. Soon after their union, Metis became pregnant. However, a chilling prophecy from Gaia and Uranus, Zeus's grandparents, foretold that Metis would bear a son who would overthrow him. To thwart this prophecy, Zeus swallowed Metis whole before she could give birth. Yet, this act did not go without consequence. Zeus soon suffered excruciating headaches, so intense that he begged for his head to be split open. From this wound emerged Athena, fully grown and clad in armor, embodying wisdom and war. Thus, by consuming Metis, Zeus inadvertently integrated wisdom into his very being. Themis, the Titan of justice. Zeus's second wife, Themis, was a Titaness and the embodiment of divine order, law, and customs. She had sided with the Olympians during the Titanomachy, the great war between the Titans and the Olympians. Together, they had 3 daughters who would become known as the Fates, goddesses who wove the destiny of every being in the universe. Clotho, the spinner, spun the thread of life, determining the birth of each individual. Lachesis, the allotter, measured the thread, dictating the length and events of each life. Atropos, the unturning, wielded her shears to cut the thread, signifying the end of life. Hera, the queen of Olympus. In his search for a queen, Zeus eventually settled on Hera, his older sister and goddess of women and marriage. Despite their tumultuous relationship, marked by Zeus's numerous infidelities, Hera remained his consort. Hera's wrath towards Zeus's lovers and illegitimate children is legendary, showcasing her fierce dedication to her marriage and her unyielding nature. The Tale of Europa. One of Zeus's most famous affairs was with Europa, the princess of Tyre. Captivated by her beauty as she picked flowers by the sea, Zeus transformed himself into a majestic white bull. Europa, entranced by the creature, climbed onto its back. Zeus then dashed across the sea, with Europa clinging tightly, terrified and bewildered. Upon reaching Crete, Zeus revealed his divine nature, and their union resulted in the birth of several notable offspring, including Minos, the future king of Crete. In honor of Europa, Zeus named the land they stood on Europe and placed the image of the white bull among the stars as the constellation Taurus. Leda and the Swan. Another tale of Zeus's conquests involves Leda, the queen of Sparta. Zeus transformed into a swan to seduce her. From their union, Leda bore Helen of Troy, whose beauty would one day launch 1,000 ships and ignite the Trojan War, and Polydeuces, one of the famed Dioscuri twins. This myth intertwines with the destiny of many Greek heroes, demonstrating Zeus's far-reaching influence. Hera, the vengeful queen. Hera, the wife of Zeus and queen of the gods, was revered as the protector of marriage and women, holding a place of deep respect in Greek society. Yet, despite her divine role and status, Hera was known for her vengeful and spiteful nature, particularly when it came to her husband Zeus's numerous affairs. Their relationship was tumultuous, with Hera's wrath often directed at the women Zeus pursued and the children born from these unions. Despite her high status as Zeus's queen, Hera bore him only 2 of the 12 Olympians, Ares, the god of war, and Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and fire. Ares, embodying the brutal and bloody aspects of war, was often at odds with the other gods due to his aggressive nature. Hephaestus, on the other hand, was the brilliant craftsman of the gods, forging their weapons and armor, yet his relationship with Hera was strained due to his physical deformity and her initial rejection of him. The Tale of Io. One of the most poignant stories of Hera's jealousy involved the Princess Io, one of her most devoted priestesses. Zeus, captivated by Io's beauty, pursued her relentlessly. When Hera's suspicions were aroused, Zeus, in a desperate attempt to protect Io, transformed her into a beautiful white cow. However, Hera was not easily deceived. Sensing the truth, she demanded that Zeus present her with the cow as a gift, leaving Zeus with no choice but to comply. Hera, now in possession of Io, placed her under the watchful eye of Argus Panoptes, a giant with 100 eyes who never fully slept. Half of Argus's eyes were always open, ensuring that Io was constantly guarded. Zeus, unable to intervene directly due to his fear of Hera, turned to Hermes for assistance. Hermes, the cunning messenger god and master musician, approached Argus under the guise of friendship. Playing his pipes and singing lullabies, Hermes lulled all of Argus's eyes to sleep. Once Argus was fully asleep, Hermes swiftly beheaded him, freeing Io from her captivity. To honor Argus's service, Hera placed his 100 eyes in the tail of her favorite bird, the peacock, which became a symbol of her power and vigilance. Not satisfied with merely imprisoning Io, Hera sent a gadfly to torment her ceaselessly. Driven to madness by the relentless stings, Io wandered the earth in a desperate attempt to escape her torment. Io's journey was long and arduous, taking her across vast distances. As she fled, her path became immortalized in the names of places she traversed. The sea she ran along was named the Ionian Sea in her honor, and the Bosporus, meaning Ford of the Cow, commemorated her passage through that region. Finally, Io arrived at the Nile in Egypt, far from Hera's reach. There, Zeus restored her human form, and Io gave birth to a son, Epiphus. Io's lineage became significant in Greek mythology, as she was the ancestor to many of Greece's greatest heroes, including Perseus and Hercules. Poseidon, the earth shaker, ruler of the seas. Poseidon, the formidable brother of Zeus, ruled the vast oceans from his magnificent palace deep beneath the waves. Known to mortals as the earth shaker, Poseidon wielded his famous trident to create earthquakes and control the seas. His golden chariot, drawn by mythical sea creatures, could be seen gliding across the ocean's surface, calming or stirring the waters at his will. Poseidon's presence was both revered and feared, as his moods were as changeable as the sea itself. The Curse of Minos. One of Poseidon's most infamous punishments was directed at King Minos of Crete. Minos had promised to sacrifice his best bull to Poseidon, but when the time came, he could not bring himself to part with the magnificent creature. Angered by this betrayal, Poseidon sought revenge. He cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae, causing her to fall hopelessly in love with the bull. From this unnatural union was born the Minotaur, a fearsome creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. The Minotaur was confined to a labyrinth designed by Daedalus, where it became a symbol of Crete's shame and a reminder of Poseidon's wrath. Rebellion against Zeus. Despite his dominion over the seas, Poseidon grew weary of Zeus's rule on Olympus. Together with Athena, Hera, and Apollo, Poseidon plotted to overthrow Zeus. They managed to bind the king of the gods with unbreakable chains, but their rebellion was short-lived. The loyal Thetis, mother of Achilles, called upon the giant Briareus to free Zeus. Furious at the betrayal, Zeus devised fitting punishments for the rebels. As retribution for his treachery, Poseidon, along with Apollo, was sent to serve King Laomedon of Troy. For an entire year, they toiled in the mortal realm, constructing the colossal walls of Troy, which would later become legendary. These walls were so strong and well built that they withstood the mightiest forces of Greece during the Trojan War. Despite their divine craftsmanship, Laomedon refused to pay the gods for their labor, inciting further wrath. Poseidon sent a sea monster to ravage Troy as punishment, a beast that was only slain by the hero Hercules. Poseidon's influence stretched far beyond his disputes with Zeus. He was worshipped not only as the god of the sea, but also as the god of horses and earthquakes. His symbols, the trident and the horse, were revered throughout the ancient world. Poseidon and Amphitrite. Poseidon's love life was as tumultuous as the sea he ruled. His primary consort was Amphitrite, a sea nymph. At first, Amphitrite fled from Poseidon's advances, seeking refuge at the far ends of the sea. However, Poseidon sent a dolphin to find her and bring her back. Moved by the dolphin's plea, Amphitrite agreed to marry Poseidon. Their union produced several notable offspring, including Triton, a merman who became his father's herald, and Rhode, the namesake of the island of Rhodes. The contest for Athens. One of the most famous myths involving Poseidon is his contest with Athena for the patronage of Athens. The citizens of the city sought a deity to protect and guide them. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, creating a saltwater spring as a gift. However, the water was not drinkable, and the Athenians were unimpressed. Athena, on the other hand, offered them an olive tree, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The olive tree was deemed more valuable, and Athena was chosen as the city's patron. Enraged, Poseidon flooded the Thriasian plain to demonstrate his displeasure. Ares, the god of war. Ares, the fearsome god of war, reveled in the chaos and destruction of battle. His insatiable lust for bloodshed and his unbridled rage made him a figure of dread among both mortals and gods. Unlike Athena, who represented strategic warfare and valor. Ares embodied the brutal and merciless aspects of conflict. His presence on the battlefield brought fear and despair, as he took immense pleasure in the slaughter of men and the sacking of towns. The affair with Aphrodite. Despite his ferocity, Ares found himself entangled in a passionate and forbidden affair with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who was married to Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths and fire. Their clandestine meetings were fueled by an intense attraction, and they seized every opportunity to be together whenever Hephaestus was away. However, their secret was not to last. Hephaestus, growing suspicious of his wife's frequent absences, devised a cunning plan to catch the lovers in the act. The master craftsman forged an invisible net, so fine and delicate that it was impossible to see, and hung it above his bed. When Ares and Aphrodite lay together again, the net descended, trapping them naked and helpless. Hephaestus summoned all the gods of Olympus to witness their humiliation. Laughter echoed through the heavens as the gods marveled at the spectacle, delighting in the discomfort of the notorious lovers. Only Poseidon, the god of the sea, took pity on them and persuaded Hephaestus to release them from their shameful captivity. Eos and the curse. Aphrodite was not Ares's only lover. He also had an affair with Eos, the goddess of the dawn. Eos, who brought the first light of day to the world and cleared the path for her brother Helios, the sun, was captivated by Ares's fierce and untamed nature. However, when Aphrodite discovered their tryst, her jealousy knew no bounds. She cursed Eos with an uncontrollable lust for young mortal men, condemning her to a life of longing and desire. One morning, as Eos's gaze swept over the earth, it settled upon the great city of Troy. There, she saw a young prince named Tithonus, whose beauty was so extraordinary that she could not look away. Descending to earth, Eos introduced herself to Tithonus, and the two quickly fell deeply in love. Eos would visit her beloved prince every morning after completing her celestial duties, their love growing stronger with each passing day. Fearing the inevitable loss of Tithonus to old age, war, or disease, Eos could not bear the thought of living without him. Desperate to protect him, she ascended to Mount Olympus and begged Zeus to grant Tithonus immortality. Zeus, moved by her plea, agreed to make Tithonus immortal, but Eos made a fatal mistake. She forgot to ask for eternal youth. At first, the lovers lived happily, but as the years passed, Tithonus began to age. His once vibrant youth faded, replaced by the slow decay of time. His hair turned gray, his body grew frail, and his mind deteriorated. Immortal yet aging, Tithonus faced an eternity of suffering, unable to die and find peace. With a heavy heart, Eos took Tithonus's fragile body and locked it away in a grand chamber, safe from the outside world. As the years turned into centuries, Tithonus withered away until he was little more than bones. In her sorrow, Eos transformed him into the first cicada, an insect known for its long lifespan and the haunting song it sings at dawn, echoing the goddess's eternal grief. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith. Hephaestus, the god of smithing, fire, and craftsmanship, was born to Zeus and Hera under inauspicious circumstances. Unlike the other gods who embodied beauty and perfection, Hephaestus came into the world lame and deformed. Disgusted by her son's physical imperfections, Hera, the queen of the gods, cast him off Mount Olympus, condemning him to the sea. But the resilient Hephaestus survived the fall, beginning his journey of struggle and triumph. Rescued and raised by the sea nymph Thetis and the Oceanid Eurynome, Hephaestus grew up in a hidden cave, surrounded by the beauty and tranquility of the ocean's depths. Despite his physical limitations, he discovered his extraordinary talent for metallurgy and craftsmanship. Using the resources around him, Hephaestus created intricate and beautiful works, honing his skills and preparing for his eventual return to Olympus. Determined to seek revenge on the mother who had rejected him, Hephaestus crafted a golden throne of unparalleled beauty and sent it to Hera as a gift. Enchanted by its splendor, Hera sat upon the throne, only to find herself trapped, unable to rise. The intricate mechanism Hephaestus had designed held her fast, showcasing his ingenuity and bitterness. The gods were in an uproar, but it was only through the intervention of Zeus that Hera was freed. In exchange for Hera's release, Zeus offered Hephaestus a place among the Olympians in the hand of Aphrodite, the most beautiful of the goddesses, in marriage. This union was meant to be a symbol of reconciliation, though it was fraught with its own challenges. Master of the Forge. Hephaestus' workshop on Mount Olympus was a marvel of divine engineering. Equipped with bellows that worked at his command and tools of unimaginable precision, the forge was where Hephaestus' genius came to life. He became the master artisan of the gods, creating magnificent palaces and crafting essential equipment for the deities. Among his most notable creations were Athena's aegis, a protective breastplate, Hermes' winged helmet and sandals, which allowed the messenger god to travel swiftly, and Helios' chariot, which carried the sun across the sky each day. Each piece Hephaestus crafted was imbued with magic and unparalleled skill, making them legendary in both myth and reality. Hephaestus' talents were not limited to the divine. He also played a crucial role in the stories of mortal heroes. The bow and arrows of Eros, capable of inciting love and desire, were his handiwork. Most famously, Hephaestus forged the magnificent armor and shield of Achilles, which provided near invincibility to the Greek hero during the Trojan War. The craftsmanship of these items highlighted Hephaestus' ability to blend functionality with artistry, cementing his reputation as the greatest smith in mythology. The lame god's legacy. In Roman mythology, Hephaestus was known as Vulcan, the god of fire. His forge was believed to be beneath Mount Etna in Sicily, where the smoke and lava emitted by the volcano were thought to be the byproducts of his laborious work. This connection to volcanic activity underscored his association with both the destructive and creative aspects of fire. Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. Athena, the revered goddess of war and wisdom, was born from a unique and dramatic union between Zeus and the Titaness Metis. Emerging fully grown and armored from Zeus's forehead, Athena epitomized strategic warfare and intellectual prowess. Known for her love of cunning heroes and brilliant strategists, she guided many on their epic quests, providing them with the wisdom and courage needed to overcome their challenges. The contest for Athens. One of Athena's most renowned tales involves her competition with Poseidon, the god of the sea, for the patronage of a great city in eastern Greece, which had yet to be named. This contest would determine which deity would be honored as the city's protector and namesake. Poseidon, confident in his power, struck the ground with his mighty trident, causing a stream of water to burst forth. However, the water was salty and undrinkable, much to the disappointment of the city's inhabitants. Despite its grand appearance, Poseidon's gift offered no practical benefit to the people. Athena, on the other hand, approached the task with thoughtfulness and foresight. She placed her hand upon the earth, and from it sprang the first olive tree. This humble tree would provide the people with food, oil for cooking and lighting, medicine, perfume, and even wood for building. The olive tree symbolized peace and prosperity, embodying the practical and enduring gifts Athena offered. The gods judged Athena's gift as far superior, and thus the city was named Athens in her honor. This victory established Athena as a central figure in Greek culture and underscored the importance of wisdom and practical gifts over mere spectacle. Athena's contributions to civilization. Athena's influence extended far beyond her victory in Athens. She was credited with numerous inventions and advancements that shaped ancient Greek civilization. As the inventor of mathematics, Athena laid the groundwork for many fields of study. She also invented musical instruments like the trumpet and the flute, enriching the cultural life of the Greeks. As the patron of artists and craftsmen, Athena inspired creativity and skill. Her own prowess in weaving was legendary, and this skill led to one of her most famous myths, the weaving contest with Eryk. In Libya, there lived a young girl named Eryk, who was extraordinarily talented in the art of weaving. Her tapestries were so exquisite that she began to boast she was the greatest weaver in the world, even surpassing Athena. This hubris did not sit well with the goddess, who decided to challenge Eric to a weaving contest. The two worked tirelessly, weaving intricate tapestries depicting the gods. When the pieces were finally complete, Athena was taken aback by the beauty and skill of Arachne's work. Arachne's tapestry was not only technically superior, but also portrayed the gods in a less flattering light, emphasizing their flaws and capriciousness. Enraged by the audacity and the quality of Arachne's work, Athena struck her down in a fit of fury. However, instead of killing her, Athena transformed Eric into the first spider. This allowed Eric to continue weaving beautiful webs for eternity, and the creatures known as arachnids carry her name to this day. Leto, the tormented mother. Leto, one of Zeus's many lovers, endured the full extent of Hera's jealousy and wrath. After discovering that Leto was pregnant with Zeus's twins, Hera unleashed her fury, determined to make Leto's life a living nightmare. The queen of the gods sent the great serpent Python to torment Leto, forcing her to flee across Greece in a desperate search for a safe place to give birth. Leto's journey was fraught with peril and rejection. She traveled from Athens to Crete, from Lemnos to Samos, seeking refuge, but finding none. Every city and island she approached turned her away, fearing the wrath of Hera. Hera's influence was so powerful that no one dared to offer Leto shelter, leaving her to wander endlessly in her weakened state. Desperation drove Leto to the remote island of Delos, a place barren and uninhabited, where she hoped Hera's influence would not reach. Delos, though desolate, was willing to offer her sanctuary. However, even there, Leto faced Hera's relentless schemes. Hera had trapped Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, on Mount Olympus, preventing her from aiding in the delivery of Leto's children. Leto endured 9 days and nights of excruciating labor, her cries echoing across the empty island. The other goddesses, moved by Leto's plight, took pity on her. They intervened by secretly bringing Eileithyia down from Olympus, enabling Leto to finally give birth. With their help, Leto brought forth 2 divine children, Apollo, the god of archery, music, and prophecy, and Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and childbirth. The twins would grow up to become powerful and revered gods, fully fledged members of the Olympian pantheon. The birth of Apollo and Artemis was a momentous event celebrated by towns and cities across the known world. The city of Thebes hosted the grandest festivities of all, with people rejoicing and paying homage to the newborn gods. Yet, amidst the celebrations, there was one who did not join in, Queen Niobe of Thebes. Niobe, whose beauty was matched only by her arrogance, boasted loudly to anyone who would listen. She mocked Leto for having only 2 children, comparing them to her own 7 sons and 7 daughters. Niobe's hubris knew no bounds as she argued that she, with her many offspring, should be honored instead of Leto. Leto, furious at the mortal queen's audacity, sent Apollo and Artemis to Thebes to exact revenge. The divine twins rained down arrows upon Niobe's children, with Apollo slaying each of her sons and Artemis striking down each daughter. In an instant, Niobe was left childless, her pride shattered and her heart consumed by grief. Distraught and inconsolable, Niobe fled to her homeland of Sipylus, crying uncontrollably and begging the gods to end her suffering. Zeus, moved by her endless terrors, transformed her into a great stone, forever ending her anguish. This stone, located in western Turkey, is known as the Weeping Rock. Even today, water flows from the porous rock whenever it rains, symbolizing Niobe's eternal sorrow. The rise of Apollo and Artemis. Through the trials and tribulations of their mother Leto, Apollo and Artemis rose to prominence, becoming 2 of the most significant and beloved deities in Greek mythology. Apollo, with his golden bow and lyre, became the god of music, healing, and prophecy. Artemis, with her silver bow, became the protector of the wilderness and patron of hunters. Their birth story is not only a testament to their divine power, but also a powerful narrative of resilience, vengeance, and the protective love of a mother for her children. Apollo, the god of archery, light, and music. Apollo, the radiant god of archery, light, and music, was one of the most versatile and beloved deities in Greek mythology. Born to Zeus and Leto, he was the twin brother of Artemis. From a young age, Apollo was destined for greatness, with talents and responsibilities that spanned various aspects of life and the cosmos. The slayer of Python. Apollo's connection to prophecy began with his quest for vengeance against Python, the great serpent that had tormented his mother, Leto. Python had made its home on Mt. Parnassus, and it was here that Apollo confronted the beast. With his golden bow in hand, Apollo rained down countless arrows upon Python, finally slaying the creature that had caused his mother so much suffering. In the aftermath of his victory, Apollo founded a great temple where Python's body fell. This site would become the famous Oracle of Delphi, known as the Pythia. The Oracle of Delphi became one of the most influential figures in ancient Greece, where kings and commoners alike sought her counsel. The Pythia, said to be the mouthpiece of Apollo, would inhale vapors from a chasm in the earth, entering a frenzied state to deliver prophecies in cryptic and demented chants. Her words guided countless decisions, shaping the course of Greek history. The pride and the curse. Apollo's triumph over Python filled him with immense pride. Declaring himself the greatest archer to have ever lived, he soon encountered Eros, the youthful god of love, who also wielded a bow and arrows. Apollo laughed at the child, mocking his ability to handle such a weapon. Filled with rage, Eros vowed to teach Apollo a lesson about the true power of his bow. Following Apollo to the river Peneus, Eros spotted Daphne, the beautiful daughter of the river god. Taking aim, Eros shot a gold-tipped arrow at Apollo, causing him to fall madly in love with Daphne. However, Eros also shot a lead-tipped arrow at Daphne, instilling in her an intense aversion to Apollo. Consumed by love, Apollo pursued Daphne through the forest. Desperate to escape, Daphne called out to her father, Peneus, who answered her plea by transforming her into a laurel tree. As her skin turned to bark and her hair to leaves, Apollo mourned the loss of his love. Using his divine powers, he ensured that the laurel tree's leaves would remain evergreen, symbolizing his undying affection. From that day forward, Apollo carried a laurel wreath, keeping Daphne close to his heart. The god of healing and prophecy, Apollo's contributions extended beyond his prowess in archery and music. He was also a god of healing and prophecy. His most important child, Asclepius, inherited these traits. Asclepius became a renowned physician, so skilled that he could bring the dead back to life. However, this ability angered Hades, the god of the underworld, as it disrupted the natural order and deprived Hades of souls. To restore balance, Zeus struck Asclepius down with a thunderbolt. Apollo, heartbroken, pleaded with Zeus to resurrect his son. Moved by Apollo's grief, Zeus granted Asclepius a place among the gods, making him the deity of healing and medicine. Asclepius's legacy lived on through his daughter, Hygeia, the goddess of cleanliness, from whom we derive the word hygiene. Apollo's multifaceted legacy. Apollo's influence in Greek mythology is vast and multifaceted. He was not only a god of archery and light, but also a patron of music, poetry, and the arts. He played the lyre with unmatched skill, bringing joy and inspiration to both gods and mortals. His role as a god of prophecy made him a central figure in guiding the destinies of many through the Oracle of Delphi. Moreover, Apollo was a protector and guide for heroes, offering his wisdom and support in their quests. He was involved in the Trojan War, supporting the Trojans and influencing key events. His presence was felt in every aspect of Greek life, from the arts to medicine, from the battlefield to the temple. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and the moon. Artemis, the twin sister of Apollo, was the revered goddess of the hunt, wilderness, and the moon. Known for her unmatched skills in archery and her fierce independence, she roamed the forests of Greece, accompanied by her loyal band of nymphs and her beloved hunting dogs. As one of the three virgin goddesses, alongside Athena and Hestia, Artemis was fiercely protective of her chastity and quick to punish those who dared to violate her sanctity. The protector of nature, Artemis was not just a huntress. She was the guardian of the natural world, ensuring that the balance of nature was maintained. She watched over hunters, guiding and protecting those who respected the wilderness and punishing those who did not. Her domains included not only the forests and wild animals, but also the moon, which she guided across the night sky. The Tale of Actaeon, one of the most famous and tragic tales involving Artemis, is that of Actaeon, a skilled hunter and grandson of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes. Actaeon was renowned for his hunting prowess, and one fateful day, while exploring the dense woods, he accidentally stumbled upon Artemis as she bathed in a secluded forest pool. Artemis, who valued her privacy and chastity above all else, was enraged by Actaeon's intrusion. Though his actions were unintentional, Artemis's wrath was swift and severe. With a single vengeful glance, she transformed Actaeon into a stag. Confused and terrified, Actaeon fled through the forest, only to be pursued by his own pack of 50 hunting dogs. The dogs, not recognizing their master, chased the stag relentlessly. Actaeon's desperate attempts to escape were in vain as the dogs, driven by instinct and training, finally caught him. The once proud hunter met a horrific and painful death, torn apart by the very hounds he had trained and loved. The virgin goddess. Artemis's commitment to her virginity was unwavering, and she fiercely protected her nymphs from any threat. She valued her independence and was often depicted as a youthful, vigorous huntress, clad in a short tunic suitable for running through the forest. Her silver bow and arrows, a gift from her father Zeus, were always at her side, ready to strike down any who threatened her or her sacred grove. The birth and early life. Artemis and Apollo were born on the island of Delos, where their mother Leto had sought refuge from the relentless persecution of Hera. From a young age, Artemis exhibited a strong sense of duty and independence. She asked her father Zeus to grant her eternal virginity, a wish that was gladly fulfilled. As a child, Artemis roamed the forests, learning the ways of the hunt. She gathered a group of nymphs who, like her, took a vow of chastity. Together, they formed a formidable band, dedicated to protecting the wilderness and ensuring its creatures were treated with respect. The compassionate huntress. Despite her fierce demeanor, Artemis was also known for her compassion, particularly towards women and children. She was often invoked by women in childbirth, and her protection was sought by those in distress. Artemis's dual nature as a fierce protector and a compassionate guardian made her a complex and multifaceted deity. One such story that highlights her compassionate side involves the giant Orion. In some versions of the myth, Orion was a great hunter and a companion to Artemis. They hunted together and shared a deep bond. However, Orion boasted that he would kill every animal on Earth, angering Gaia, the Earth goddess. To protect her creatures, Gaia sent a giant scorpion to kill Orion. In another version, Apollo, worried about his sister's chastity, tricked Artemis into shooting Orion with an arrow. Grieving his death, Artemis placed Orion among the stars as a constellation, forever immortalizing her friend. Aphrodite, the enchantress of Olympus. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, emerged from the frothy sea, born from the severed genitals of Uranus. This dramatic birth made her one of the oldest Olympians, and her allure was undeniable. With every step she took, flowers bloomed, and her presence could enchant both mortals and gods alike. Yet, beneath her breathtaking beauty lay a goddess who was as mischievous as she was captivating, wielding her powers for amusement and vengeance. The playful manipulator. Aphrodite delighted in the chaos of love, often orchestrating romantic entanglements that led to both bliss and despair. Her companion Eros, known to the Romans as Cupid, was her willing accomplice. With his arrows, Eros could instill uncontrollable desire, and together they would strike love into unsuspecting hearts across the world. One of the most tragic tales woven by Aphrodite and Eros involved Narcissus, a youth of extraordinary beauty. Narcissus was so entranced by his own reflection that he spurned all who loved him, including the nymph Echo. Echo, cursed by Hera to only repeat the words of others, could not express her love to Narcissus and was cruelly rejected. Heartbroken, Echo faded away until only her voice remained. Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance, witnessed this cruelty and decided to punish Narcissus. When he next gazed into a still pool, he fell in love with his own reflection. Unable to tear himself away, he withered by the water's edge, eventually dying and transforming into the flower that bears his name. Thus, the term narcissist was born, symbolizing self-obsession. The Tale of Pygmalion. While some stories ended in sorrow, others brought joy. Pygmalion, a gifted sculptor from Cyprus, had grown disillusioned with women and chose to focus solely on his art. He sculpted an ivory statue of a woman so perfect that he fell deeply in love with his creation, naming her Galatea. Pygmalion prayed fervently to Aphrodite, begging for a woman as flawless as his statue. Moved by his devotion, Aphrodite breathed life into Galatea. The once cold stone transformed into warm flesh, and Pygmalion's creation came to life. Overjoyed, Pygmalion and Galatea embraced, with Aphrodite's blessing ensuring their union was filled with love and happiness. The vindictive goddess. Aphrodite's beauty and power also bred jealousy and vengeance. Psyche, a mortal princess of unparalleled beauty, unknowingly incurred Aphrodite's wrath when men began to worship her, neglecting the goddess's altars. Furious, Aphrodite commanded Eros to make Psyche fall in love with the most wretched of men. However, upon seeing Psyche, Eros was struck by her beauty and fell in love himself, refusing to follow Aphrodite's commands. However, as Eros would now refuse to strike any man with love for Psyche, she would grow sadder. She sought help from the Oracle of Delphi, who guided her to a magnificent palace where her mysterious husband awaited. Psyche was instructed never to look upon him, and for a time she was content. But curiosity overwhelmed her, and one night she lit an oil lamp to gaze upon her husband, discovering Eros himself. In her excitement, a drop of hot oil fell on Eros, waking him. Disappointed by her lack of trust, Eros left Psyche, returning to Olympus. Desperate to win back her love, Psyche begged Aphrodite for a chance to see Eros again. The goddess, still vengeful, set Psyche an impossible task: to retrieve a fragment of Persephone's beauty from the underworld. Psyche bravely undertook the journey, crossing the river Styx and securing the fragment. Overcome by curiosity once more, she opened the box, falling into a death-like sleep. Moved by her devotion, Eros rescued Psyche and pleaded with Zeus to grant her immortality. Zeus agreed, and Psyche was transformed into a goddess. Their union symbolized the eternal bond between love and the soul, and their daughter, Helen, brought joy to mortals and gods alike. Hermes, the trickster messenger. Hermes, the swift-footed messenger god and patron of thieves, was renowned for his cunning and mischievous nature. From a young age, Hermes demonstrated his knack for cleverness and trickery, often teasing and outwitting his fellow gods. As he matured, he assumed the vital role of the divine messenger, traversing the realms of Olympus, Earth, and the underworld with unparalleled speed and dexterity. The divine messenger. Adorned with his winged helmet and sandals, Hermes carried a golden rod, the caduceus, as a symbol of his authority. This magical staff, entwined with two serpents, granted him the power to guide and protect. With these tools, Hermes became the indispensable courier of the gods, delivering messages and executing divine errands with remarkable efficiency. One of his key responsibilities was to escort souls to the underworld, acting as a shepherd for the deceased. Hermes' role as psychopomp guide of souls was crucial, ensuring that the dead reached their final resting place in the realm of Hades. This duty earned him the respect and trust of Hades, despite his playful and often troublesome nature. The birth of Pan. Hermes' romantic escapades were numerous, leading to the birth of many children, one of the most notable being Pan. Pan, the god of nature and fertility, was born with the features of a satyr, part man and part goat. His mother, the nymph Dryope, was horrified by his appearance, and in a fit of terror, she abandoned him, Undeterred by Dryope's reaction, Hermes took Pan to Mount Olympus. The gods, initially shocked by the child's hideous appearance, soon grew fond of him, charmed by his playful demeanor. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, was particularly taken with Pan and named him Pan, meaning all, to signify his universal appeal among the gods. The tale of Syrinx. Pan, much like his father, was known for his amorous pursuits, often chasing after nymphs who inhabited streams and forests. One such nymph, Syrinx, became the object of Pan's affections. Terrified of the god's advances, Syrinx fled through the marshes, desperately seeking escape. As she neared a river, she transformed herself into a bed of water reeds to evade capture. When Pan reached the river, he was heartbroken to find Syrinx gone. However, as a strong breeze blew through the reeds, it produced a beautiful melody. Inspired by the enchanting sound, Pan fashioned the reeds into a set of pipes, binding them together with wax. This instrument, named the panpipes after its creator, became a symbol of his unrequited love for Syrinx, and Pan carried it with him wherever he went, playing tunes in her memory. Hermes and Apollo, the cattle theft. One of Hermes' earliest and most famous acts of mischief was the theft of Apollo's cattle. As a mere infant, Hermes cleverly disguised his tracks by making the cattle walk backward, and his own footprints appear as if he were walking in the opposite direction. Apollo, furious at the loss of his cattle, eventually tracked the thief to the cave where Hermes lay innocently in his cradle. Hermes attempted to charm Apollo with his wit and guile, but Apollo was not easily fooled. To make amends, Hermes offered Apollo the lyre, an instrument he had crafted from a tortoise shell. This gift delighted Apollo, who in return bestowed upon Hermes the caduceus and granted him the role of messenger god. This exchange marked the beginning of a strong bond between Hermes and Apollo, blending Hermes' cunning with Apollo's artistic talents. The inventor and protector. Hermes' inventive genius extended beyond the lyre. He was credited with creating the first alphabet, musical scale, astronomy, and various forms of athletic exercise. His intellect and creativity made him a patron of travelers, merchants, and thieves, embodying the duality of protection and trickery. One of Hermes' notable inventions was the creation of the first pair of sandals with wings, which allowed him to move swiftly between worlds. This innovation not only facilitated his duties as a messenger, but also symbolized his ability to transcend boundaries and navigate the complexities of the divine and mortal realms. Dionysus, the generous god of wine and ecstasy. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, was known for his generosity and willingness to grant mortals their deepest desires. His domains included not only the intoxicating power of wine, but also the liberating and transformative aspects of joy and chaos. As a god who often walked among mortals, Dionysus's influence was far-reaching, bringing both bliss and peril to those who encountered him. One of the most famous tales highlighting Dionysus's generosity involves King Midas of Phrygia. Midas, renowned for his wealth and greed, once did a great service for Dionysus by saving his close friend and companion, the satyr Silenus. In gratitude, Dionysus offered Midas a single wish. Obsessed with wealth, Midas asked for the power to turn anything he touched into gold. Dionysus granted Midas's wish, and the king returned to his palace, ecstatic with his newfound ability. He touched everything in sight: floors, walls, furniture, all turning to solid gold. Midas's joy knew no bounds as he flaunted his incredible wealth to guests from across the kingdom. However, the enchantment soon revealed its curse. After a day of displaying his golden treasures, Midas became thirsty and ordered his servants to bring him water. To his horror, the moment the liquid touched his lips, it turned to gold. Desperate, he reached for food, but the bread, wine, meat, and fruit all transformed into inedible gold. Realizing the grave mistake he had made, Midas's joy turned to despair. His cries of anguish echoed through the palace, drawing the attention of his beloved daughter. Rushing to console her father, she embraced him, but as her fingers touched his hand, they too turned to gold. Before long, his daughter was a lifeless statue, frozen in a gesture of love and comfort. Stricken with grief and horror at the consequences of his greed, Midas sought out Dionysus, begging the god to revoke his gift. Moved by Midas's genuine remorse, Dionysus took pity on him. He instructed Midas to bathe in the river Pactolus, where the curse would be washed away. As Midas submerged himself in the waters, his golden touch flowed from his body into the river, which forever after carried gold within its sands. Midas emerged from the river as a normal man once again, freed from the curse that had brought him such sorrow. The dual nature of Dionysus. Dionysus's role in Greek mythology extended beyond his acts of generosity. He embodied the dual nature of ecstasy and madness, bringing both joy and chaos. His followers, known as Manids or Bacchantes, often entered frenzied states of divine madness, dancing and celebrating in wild, uninhibited rites. This ecstatic worship was a means of transcending the ordinary and experiencing the divine. Dionysus himself experienced both the joys and sorrows of life. Born from the union of Zeus and the mortal woman Semele, he was twice born, first from Semele and then from Zeus's thigh after Semele perished. This unique birth granted him a profound understanding of both mortal suffering and divine ecstasy. The many faces of Dionysus. Dionysus's influence was not limited to the intoxicating effects of wine. He was also a god of theater and dramatic arts, inspiring playwrights and performers. The festivals held in his honor, such as the Dionysia, were occasions for dramatic competitions, where tragedies and comedies were performed, exploring the depths of human emotion and experience. Dionysus's retinue included not only satyrs and manids, but also a range of mythical creatures and figures who embodied the wild and untamed aspects of nature. His presence was a reminder of the thin line between order and chaos, civilization and wildness. Hades, the unseen lord of the underworld. Of all the gods of ancient Greece, few were as feared and respected as Hades. The brother of Zeus and Poseidon, Hades ruled the underworld, a shadowy realm where the souls of the dead resided. His domain, often depicted as dark and foreboding, was isolated from the world of the living, shrouded in mystery and terror. Yet, despite his grim reputation, Hades was not the god of death itself. Instead, Hades governed the dead and presided over their final resting place, the journey to the underworld. When mortals died, their souls were claimed by Thanatos and guided by Hermes, the messenger god, to the shores of the river Styx. Charon, the eternal ferryman, awaited them there. Only those who had coins placed under their tongues when buried could pay Charon's fee and cross the deadly river. Those unable to pay were condemned to wander the shores for 100 years before being allowed to cross. Having traversed the river Styx, the souls would pass a white rock before arriving at the massive adamantine gates of the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the formidable three-headed dog. Cerberus's fierce demeanor ensured that no living soul could enter and no dead soul could escape. Upon entering the underworld, souls were brought before the court of the dead, presided over by three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. These judges scrutinized each soul's deeds during their lifetime, determining their fate. Those who had lived without angering the gods found peace, while those who had committed grave offenses faced eternal suffering. The underworld comprised three primary realms: the fields of Asphodel, Elysium, and Tartarus. The fields of Asphodel, a serene yet mundane place. The fields of Asphodel were reserved for souls who had led unremarkable lives, neither particularly good nor evil. Here, they wandered in a state of neutrality, their memories eventually erased by the waters of the river Lethe, preparing them for a reincarnation. Elysium, a paradise of eternal bliss. Elysium was the reward for heroes, demigods, and especially virtuous mortals. Those sent here experienced endless pleasures, with feasts, hunts, and celebrations. Souls in Elysium could choose to be reincarnated, but many opted to remain, savoring their heavenly existence. Within Elysium lay the Isle of the Blessed, reserved for the greatest heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest part of the underworld. Tartarus was reserved for the worst criminals and those who had offended the gods. Here, souls faced relentless torment, their punishments designed by Hades himself. Titans like Cronus were imprisoned here, alongside infamous sinners like Ixion and Tantalus, whose eternal sufferings served as grim reminders of the consequences of their actions. The punishments of Tartarus. In Tartarus, Hades administered fitting punishments for each soul's crimes. The Danaids, these 49 sisters who murdered their husbands, were condemned to fill a leaking tub with water for eternity. Ixion, the first man to murder a family member and lust after Zeus's wife, Hera, was bound to a fiery wheel that spun endlessly. Tantalus, having killed his son and stolen from Zeus, Tantalus was cursed with eternal hunger and thirst, forever reaching for food and water that remained just out of reach. Sisyphus, known for cheating death multiple times, Sisyphus's punishment was to roll a boulder up a steep hill, only to have it roll back down each time he neared the top, repeating the futile task for all eternity. The helpers of Hades. Given the vastness of his realm, Hades enlisted the help of the Furies, 3 relentless sisters who pursued those guilty of murdering family members. These avengers of blood would not rest until their targets had been driven to madness, ensuring that even the living could not escape Hades's reach. The underworld also housed the Fields of Mourning, a place for souls who had been consumed by unrequited love. Here, they eternally mourned their lost loves in a haunting forest, embodying the sorrow of their earthly experiences. The Land of Dreams. In a secluded corner of the underworld lay the Land of Dreams, ruled by Morpheus, the god of dreams. Each night, Morpheus and his brothers controlled the dreams of both mortals and gods, offering visions of the future or terrifying nightmares. Such was Morpheus's power over the unconscious mind that his name inspired the modern drug morphine, known for inducing sleep. The compassionate side of Hades. Despite his fearsome reputation, Hades was not without compassion. One of the most touching tales of Greek mythology reveals this softer side of the Lord of the Underworld, the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. A love that defied death. Orpheus, a gifted musician and poet, was deeply in love with his wife, Eurydice. Their love was legendary, a bond so strong that it seemed nothing could ever break it. But fate had other plans. On their wedding day, as Eurydice danced joyfully with her friends, she stepped on a venomous snake hidden in the grass. Its bite was swift and fatal. In an instant, the vibrant life of Eurydice was extinguished, and her soul was claimed by the underworld. Orpheus was inconsolable, his heart shattered, and he could not accept life without his beloved Eurydice. Grief-stricken, he resolved to do the unthinkable. He would journey to the underworld and bring her back. With his lyre in hand, Orpheus began his perilous descent into the realm of Hades. As he traversed the dark, foreboding passages, he played his lyre, filling the air with melodies so haunting and beautiful that they softened even the harshest of the underworld's denizens. Arriving at the river Styx, he would take out his lyre and play a beautiful song for Charon, who was so moved that he ferried Orpheus across the water for free. Cerberus, the fierce 3-headed guardian, lay down quietly as the soothing music reached his ears, allowing Orpheus to pass unharmed. When Orpheus finally stood before Hades and Persephone, he played his lyre and sang of his love for Eurydice. His music told of their joy, their bond, and the devastating loss he had suffered. The raw emotion in his voice was so powerful that even Hades, the stern ruler of the dead, was moved. Tears welled in the eyes of Persephone as she listened to the sorrowful tale. Hades, showing an uncommon act of mercy, agreed to let Eurydice return to the world of the living. However, there was one condition. Orpheus must lead her out of the underworld without looking back. Only when they both reached the surface would Eurydice be free. With hope and determination, Orpheus began the ascent. Behind him, he could hear the faint, light footsteps of Eurydice. Her presence was like a fragile promise, a testament to the power of love and the possibility of their reunion. As they climbed, the path grew steeper and darker, testing Orpheus's resolve. Doubt began to creep into Orpheus's mind. What if Hades had deceived him? What if Eurydice was not really behind him? The urge to look back and confirm her presence became overwhelming. His heart pounded, his palms sweated, but he kept moving forward, desperate to believe in their second chance. As they neared the exit, the first rays of sunlight broke through the darkness, illuminating the way. Orpheus's heart raced with anticipation, but just steps away from the threshold, his doubt overcame him. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned around to see Eurydice. In that tragic moment, their eyes met. Eurydice's face was filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. She reached out to Orpheus, but as the last words of farewell formed on her lips, she was pulled back into the depths of the underworld. Her final look was one of understanding and sacrifice, forgiving Orpheus for his moment of weakness. Orpheus was left standing at the threshold, his heart shattered once more. The opportunity for reunion had slipped through his fingers. Lost to a moment of doubt, he returned to the surface world alone, his lyre now a symbol of both his love and his loss. The turmoil was far from over. Epaphus, the son of Zeus and Io, was murdered, sparking further unrest. The Titans, sensing an opportunity, attempted to reclaim their power. However, their efforts were thwarted, and Atlas, who had led the rebellion, was condemned to carry the heavens on his shoulders for eternity, a symbol of the crushing burden of defiance against the gods. In another fierce battle, Typhon, a monstrous serpentine giant considered the deadliest creature in Greek mythology, rose against Zeus. Typhon's sheer size and power made him a formidable opponent, but Zeus, wielding his thunderbolts, managed to defeat him. Typhon was imprisoned beneath Mount Etna, a volcano, whose eruptions were believed to be the result of Typhon's fiery breath and restless movements. The Ogygian Deluge, a cataclysmic flood sent by the gods, swept across the land, bringing the Silver Age to a dramatic and tumultuous end. As the torrential waters engulfed cities and civilizations, they erased the last remnants of an era marked by both human achievement and divine discontent. When the deluge finally receded, it left behind a cleansed world, ready for the rise of legendary heroes and epic tales of valor. From the chaos emerged the seeds of a new epic, heralding the dawn of the heroic ages. This monumental transition, born from the fury of the gods, underscored the relentless passage of time and the unyielding spirit of mankind, forever altering the course of Greek mythology. Hesiod's Third Age, the first brazen age of mankind, 1628 BC until 1472 BC. The birth of the Bronze Men. In the first brazen age, Zeus, the king of the gods, forged a new race of men from the sturdy ash trees. These men, known as the Bronze Men, were unlike any who had come before. They were terrible, strong, and warlike, embodying the unyielding nature of their creation. Their bodies were built for battle, their hearts hardened like the wood from which they were formed. Clad in bronze armor and living in bronze houses, they were relentless warriors who knew no fear. The seduction of Niobe and the founding of Megara. In this age of strife and valor, Zeus's gaze fell upon the beautiful Niobe, daughter of Pharoneus, the first king of mankind. Disguised as a mortal, Zeus seduced Niobe, marking the beginning of his many liaisons with human women. This union was the first of many that would intertwine the fates of gods and men, creating heroes and demigods who would shape the world's destiny. Meanwhile, Car, the son of Pharoneus, founded the city of Megara. Guided by divine inspiration, Car built a city that would stand as a beacon of civilization amidst the chaos of the Bronze Men, the reign of Apis and the merging of cultures. In the same year, Apis ruled over the Peloponnese and Egypt, his name immortalized in linear inscriptions as Cyapis. Known in Hellenistic times as Serapis, Apis was worshipped as a deity in both Greek and Egyptian cultures, symbolizing the merging of these ancient civilizations. His reign brought a sense of unity and strength to his people, who thrived under his divine protection. 1607 BC, the birth of Argos. Argus, the grandson of Pharoneus, founded the city of Argos. This city, destined to become a cornerstone of Greek civilization, attracted the attention of Achaean invaders around 1600 BC. The arrival of these invaders marked the beginning of a new era of conflicts and alliances that would shape the region's history. 1572 BC, the reign of Croesus and the Temple of Hera. In 1572 BC, Croesus, son of Argus, ascended to the throne of Argos. His brother Pyrrhus, driven by piety, founded the first Temple of Hera in Argolis. This act of devotion enshrined Hera as a central deity in Greek worship, reflecting the deep religious fervor of the age. The temple became a sacred place where mortals and gods could commune, seeking guidance and blessings. 1527 BC, Lelex, the first king of Lacedaemonia. Lelex became the first king of Lacedaemonia in 1527 BC. His reign marked the beginning of a new era in the region, laying the foundations for future dynasties. Under his rule, the people of Lacedaemonia flourished, building a society that valued strength, honor, and loyalty. 1517 BC, Pelasgus and the rule of Arcadia. In 1517 BC, Pelasgus ascended to the throne of Arcadia. His rule was marked by stability and prosperity, with Arcadia becoming a haven for those seeking refuge from the turmoil of the surrounding regions. Pelasgus's leadership brought peace and security to his people, allowing them to thrive amidst the chaos of the Bronze Age. 1510 BC, Polychaon and Miles. Polychaon, son of Lelex, became the ruler of Messenia, while his brother Miles took control of Sparta. Together, they forged a powerful alliance that would shape the destiny of the Peloponnese. Their combined strength and wisdom brought stability to the region, ensuring the survival of their people. The Sin of Lycaon, a tale of hubris and divine wrath. Lycaon, the mighty king of Arcadia, was known for his arrogance and defiance. His rule was marked by great prosperity, but also by a hubris that would lead to his downfall. Believing himself equal to the gods, Lycaon sought to test their omniscience, convinced that his cunning could deceive even the all-seeing Zeus. Driven by his blasphemous ambition, Lycaon devised a horrific plan. He would serve his own son, Nyctimus, as a meal to the gods. Nyctimus, a young prince beloved by the people, was unaware of his father's dark intentions. One fateful night, Lycaon lured him into a secluded chamber under the pretense of a grand feast in honor of Zeus. In the dead of night, with only the flickering light of torches illuminating the room, Lycaon struck. He murdered Nyctimus, his own flesh and blood, and prepared the ghastly feast. The gruesome act was carried out with cold precision, the king's hand stained with the blood of his son. Lycaon invited the gods to his palace, presenting the prepared meal with a facade of reverence. Zeus, the king of the gods, attended the feast, his divine presence filling the hall. As the meal was served, the tension in the room grew palpable. The gods, sensing the unnatural aura surrounding the food, watched in silence. Zeus, in his omniscience, saw through Lycaon's vile deception. Anger surged through him, a divine fury that could not be contained. He rose from his seat, his eyes blazing with righteous wrath. The air crackled with energy as the god's anger manifested. In a voice that shook the very foundations of the palace, Zeus condemned Lycaon. "You who dare to mock the gods with such an abomination shall face a punishment befitting your crime." With a thunderous roar, Zeus unleashed his power. The room was engulfed in a blinding light, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Lycaon, stricken with terror, felt his body contort and transform. His human form twisted and morphed into that of a wolf, a beast driven by primal instincts. The king, once proud and mighty, was reduced to a snarling creature, his mind tormented by the knowledge of his own hubris. The transformation of Lycaon plunged Arcadia into chaos. The people, witnessing the divine retribution, were gripped by fear and uncertainty. The once prosperous kingdom was now shrouded in darkness, the fields left untended, and the cities abandoned. Nyctimus's death left a deep scar on the land. The Arcadians mourned their beloved prince, their grief compounded by the betrayal of their king. Temples were erected in Nyctimus's honor, and prayers were offered to the gods pleading for forgiveness and mercy. The end of the Bronze Age, the Great Flood. During the reign of Daedalus, the gods grew weary of the endless turmoil. The constant din of war cries and clashing weapons echoed even in the heavens, disturbing the peace of Mount Olympus. Zeus, the king of the gods, looked upon the earth with a heavy heart. The bronze men, once his proud creation, had become a plague upon the world. The other gods shared his discontent. Hera, the queen of the gods, lamented the destruction of the temples and the desecration of sacred sites. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, saw no honor in the mindless slaughter. Even Ares, the god of war, found no glory in the unending bloodshed. A council of the gods was called. In the great hall of Olympus, Zeus addressed his fellow deities. "We created the bronze men to be strong and valiant, but their hearts have turned to stone. They have become a scourge upon the earth, their violence knowing no bounds. It is time to cleanse the world of their blight." The gods murmured in agreement. Poseidon, the god of the sea, stepped forward. "I shall unleash the waters of the deep and wash away the stain of their existence. Let the earth be purified by the flood." And so the gods unleashed a great flood upon the world. The skies darkened, and torrential rains began to fall. Rivers swelled and burst their banks, and the sea roared as it surged inland. The bronze men, caught in the midst of their battles, were powerless against the wrath of the gods. Their armor and weapons were no match for the relentless force of the water. Villages and cities were swept away, and the cries of the bronze men echoed through the storm, only to be silenced by the overwhelming deluge. The earth was cleansed, the blood-soaked land washed clean by the divine flood. Amidst this cataclysm, 2 souls were spared. Deucalion, the son of the Titan Prometheus, and his faithful wife, Pyrrha, found refuge on a small sacred hill. Prometheus, foreseeing the doom, had warned his son and guided him to build a sturdy chest. As the waters rose, Deucalion and Pyrrha climbed into the chest and were carried safely on the raging torrents. For days and nights, the chest floated on the vast expanse of water, the world below submerged in chaos. Deucalion and Pyrrha clung to each other, their hearts filled with hope and fear. Finally, as the floodwaters began to recede, the chest came to rest on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. When the rains ceased and the earth began to dry, Deucalion and Pyrrha emerged from their refuge. They were the only survivors, the last of the old world. The desolation around them was complete, but they held faith in the gods. They made their way to the sanctuary of Themis, the oracle of the gods, to seek guidance. Themis, moved by their devotion and purity, gave them a cryptic command: "Veil your heads and throw the bones of your mother behind you." Puzzled at first, Deucalion and Pyrrha realized that their mother was the earth, and her bones were the stones. Veiling their heads, they cast stones behind them as they walked. Miraculously, the stones began to transform. Those thrown by Deucalion became men, and those cast by Pyrrha turned into women. A new generation of humankind arose, one that would learn from the mistakes of the past and honor the gods. A new beginning. The earth, cleansed and renewed, flourished once more. Deucalion and Pyrrha became the progenitors of a new race, one born from the very bones of the earth. This generation would strive to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their forebears and the favor of the gods. The tale of the great flood and the survival of Deucalion and Pyrrha became a legend, a story passed down through the ages. It served as a reminder of the power of the gods and the importance of humility and reverence. The bronze men, upon their death, descended to the underworld, their spirits forever bound to the dark realms beneath the earth. Their legacy, however, lived on in the tales of heroes and the annals of history, serving as a testament to the might and folly of their kind. Hesiod's Fourth Age, the heroic or Second Brazen Age, 1460 BC until 1103 BC. Dardanus and the founding of Troy. Dardanus, a son of Zeus and the Pleiad Electra, fled from Arcadia after a great flood. He arrived in Samothrace, an island in the Aegean Sea, but another flood forced him to leave. Guided by the gods, he sailed across the sea and landed in the fertile region of Phrygia. Upon his arrival, Dardanus was warmly received by King Teucer of Phrygia. Teucer, impressed by Dardanus' noble lineage and divine favor, offered him a portion of his kingdom and the hand of his daughter, Batia, in marriage. Dardanus accepted and founded the city of Dardania on Mount Ida. As Dardania grew, Dardanus envisioned a great city that would surpass all others in glory. He consulted the oracle, which prophesied that his descendants would establish a city that would become a center of power and culture. Inspired, Dardanus chose a strategic location near the coast and began the construction of Troy, also known as Ilium. With the help of the gods, especially Athena and Apollo, Dardanus laid the foundations of the city, constructing mighty walls that would later be renowned for their strength and impregnability. The gods blessed the land with prosperity, and the city flourished. Troy would become central to many epic tales and battles, most notably the Trojan War, which would immortalize its name in the annals of Greek mythology. Zeus and Europa, the birth of Minos. Europa, a beautiful Phoenician princess, caught the eye of Zeus, the king of the gods. Determined to win her favor, Zeus devised a cunning plan to abduct her. He transformed himself into a magnificent white bull and mingled with her father's herds. One day, as Europa and her friends were gathering flowers by the sea, she noticed the majestic bull. Its gentle demeanor and striking beauty captivated her. Overcome with curiosity, Europa climbed onto the bull's back. Suddenly, Zeus sprang into action, charging towards the sea and swimming away with Europa clinging to his back. Zeus carried Europa across the sea to the island of Crete, where he revealed his true identity. Europa, initially frightened, was soon calmed by Zeus' assurances and divine presence. On the shores of Crete, beneath the shade of a sacred plane tree, Zeus and Europa consummated their union. From this union, Europa bore 3 sons, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon. Minos, the eldest, would grow to become the most renowned of the 3, destined to rule as the powerful king of Crete. His birth was marked by divine favor, and he was raised with the knowledge of his godly heritage. As Minos grew, his wisdom and strength became evident. He was destined to establish a just and prosperous kingdom, and his reign would be marked by remarkable events and legends. Among these, the construction of the labyrinth to house the Minotaur, a creature born from his wife's union with a sacred bull, would become the most famous. Cadmus and the founding of Thebes, a tale of divine guidance and heroic deeds. Cadmus was a Phoenician prince, the son of King Agenor and Queen Telephassa, and the brother of Europa. It was believed that he was the person who introduced the Phoenician alphabet to the Greeks, who then adapted it into their own. Europa was abducted by Zeus, who had transformed himself into a bull. Cadmus set out to find her, as commanded by his father. Despite his extensive search, he could not locate his sister. Desperate and determined, he sought guidance from the Oracle of Delphi. The oracle advised Cadmus to abandon his quest for Europa and instead follow a special cow that bore a half moon on her side, which would lead him to the site where he was destined to establish a new city. Cadmus heeded the oracle's advice and began his journey, following the sacred cow through the land of Boeotia. When the cow finally lay down to rest, Cadmus knew he had found the place to build his city. However, before he could begin, Cadmus needed to perform a ritual sacrifice to honor the Athena. He sent his companions to fetch water from a nearby spring, which was guarded by a fearsome water dragon, the offspring of Ares, the god of war. The water dragon attacked and killed Cadmus' men. Undeterred and seeking vengeance, Cadmus confronted the dragon in a fierce battle. Using his strength and bravery, he managed to slay the monstrous beast. Following the dragon's death, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, appeared to Cadmus and instructed him to sow the dragon's teeth into the ground. From the teeth, armed warriors known as the Spartoi sprang up. As soon as they emerged, the warriors began fighting one another. Cadmus, quick-witted and strategic, threw a stone among them, causing confusion and sparking a fierce battle. The warriors turned on each other until only 5 remained. These 5 Spartoi, named Echion, Eudius, Thonius, Hyperenor, and Pelorus, laid down their arms and pledged their loyalty to Cadmus. They would go on to become the noble founders of Thebes' ruling families. With the land secured and the gods appeased, Cadmus began the construction of the city. He named it Thebes, after the Egyptian city where he had spent time during his wanderings. The city quickly flourished under his rule, becoming a center of culture, learning, and power in ancient Greece. The reign of Minos I, the king of Crete, and the legend of the Minotaur. Minos was the son of Zeus and Europa. Born after Zeus, in the form of a bull, carried Europa away to the island of Crete. Raised in a palace of grandeur, Minos grew into a strong and capable leader destined to rule. Upon ascending the throne, he vowed to make Crete a powerful and prosperous kingdom. One of the most significant events of Minos' reign was his conflict with his brothers, Sarpedon and Rhadamanthus, over the throne of Crete. Minos prayed to Poseidon, the god of the sea, for a sign of his divine right to rule. In response, Poseidon sent a magnificent white bull from the sea, which Minos promised to sacrifice in honor of the god. However, taken by the bull's beauty, Minos reneged on his promise and kept the bull for himself, sacrificing another in its place. Angered by Minos' deceit, Poseidon cursed his wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with the bull. Consumed by her unnatural desire, Pasiphae sought the help of the master craftsman Daedalus, who constructed a hollow wooden cow for her to hide inside. The ruse succeeded, and from their union, Pasiphae bore the Minotaur, a monstrous creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Ashamed of the beast yet unable to kill it, Minos ordered Daedalus to build a labyrinth beneath the palace at Knossos to imprison the Minotaur. The labyrinth was a complex and bewildering maze designed to be inescapable. The Minotaur was fed with sacrificial offerings, a grim reminder of Minos' broken promise to Poseidon. Minos' reign was also marked by his ambition to expand Crete's influence. He established a powerful navy, which he used to exert control over the Aegean Sea and the surrounding islands. Under his rule, Crete became a dominant maritime power, known for its advanced civilization and cultural achievements. The story of Minos and the Minotaur took a dramatic turn with the arrival of the hero Theseus. Athens, having been subjugated by Minos after the death of his son Androgeus, was forced to send a tribute of 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete every 9 years to be sacrificed to the Minotaur. Determined to end the suffering, Theseus volunteered to be part of the tribute and set out to slay the beast. The miraculous birth of Dionysus. Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and revelry, has one of the most extraordinary birth stories in Greek mythology. The myth of Dionysus has multiple variations reflecting the rich and complex nature of Greek mythology. The classical version. His tale begins with Zeus, the king of the gods, and Semele, a mortal princess of Thebes and daughter of Cadmus and Harmonia. Zeus fell deeply in love with Semele, visiting her in secret and showering her with affection. Hera, Zeus' wife, grew intensely jealous of Semele and devised a plan to destroy her. Disguised as an old woman, Hera befriended Semele and sowed seeds of doubt in her mind, suggesting that her lover might not be the mighty Zeus, but an impostor. Influenced by Hera's deceit, when Zeus visited her again, she made him promise to grant her one wish. She went so far as to make him swear on the river Styx that he would grant her request. Zeus was madly in love and agreed. Semele demanded that Zeus reveal himself in his true divine form as proof of his identity. Despite his reluctance and warnings about the dangers, Zeus eventually conceded, bound by his love and his oath to grant Semele any wish. When Zeus appeared in his full godly splendor, surrounded by thunder and lightning, the sight was too overwhelming for the mortal Semele. She was consumed by the divine fire, perishing instantly. However, Zeus acted swiftly to save their unborn child. He snatched the fetus from Semele's womb and sewed it into his own thigh. In due time, Dionysus was born from Zeus' thigh, a miraculous second birth that emphasized his divine nature. This unusual birth gave Dionysus the title, twice born, and solidified his place among the Olympian gods. After his birth, Dionysus was entrusted to the care of the nymphs of Nysa, who raised him in secret to protect him from Hera's wrath. Under their guidance, Dionysus grew into a powerful and charismatic god, discovering the secrets of wine-making and the joys of revelry. This version highlights themes of divine intervention and the duality of Dionysus' nature as both mortal and divine. The Orphic version of Dionysus, the myth of Zagreus. In the Orphic tradition, Dionysus, also known as Zagreus, has a complex and mystical origin story that emphasizes the themes of death, rebirth, and the cyclical nature of life. Dionysus Zagreus was born from the union of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld and daughter of Demeter. Zeus, driven by his passion for Persephone, transformed himself into a serpent and coiled around her, resulting in the birth of a divine child. This child, Dionysus Zagreus, was destined for greatness, marked as the heir to Zeus' throne and the future ruler of the cosmos. Zeus was immensely proud of his son and bestowed upon him immense power, intending for Dionysus to one day succeed him as the supreme deity. The young god possessed a radiant and divine nature, combining the vitality of the heavens with the mysterious and chthonic elements of the underworld through his mother Persephone. Hera, the wife of Zeus, was consumed with jealousy and fury upon learning of Dionysus Zagreus' birth. Unable to bear the thought of another child of Zeus usurping her children's place in the divine hierarchy, she devised a sinister plot to eliminate the young god. Hera enlisted the help of the Titans, ancient and powerful beings who had been defeated by the Olympians in their struggle for supremacy. The Titans, eager for revenge against Zeus, were more than willing to carry out Hera's bidding. To lure the young Dionysus away from the safety of his divine guardians, the Titans used a cunning strategy. They presented the infant god with a collection of captivating toys, including a mirror, which fascinated the young Dionysus. Distracted and entranced by his own reflection, Dionysus did not notice the impending danger. Seizing their opportunity, the Titans captured Dionysus and brutally dismembered him, tearing his body into pieces. They then boiled and roasted his remains, consuming parts of him in a gruesome act of defiance against Zeus. Despite the horrific act, all hope was not lost. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, managed to save Dionysus' heart. She brought the heart to Zeus, who was devastated by the loss of his beloved son. In his grief and determination to restore Dionysus, Zeus took the heart and swallowed it. Through this act, Dionysus was reborn. Zeus later had an affair with a mortal woman named Semele, the daughter of Cadmus, the king of Thebes. When Semele became pregnant with Zeus' child, she was tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus reveal his true form. Unable to refuse, Zeus complied, and his divine presence incinerated Semele. However, Zeus saved the unborn child by sewing him into his thigh. Dionysus was born again, this time from the thigh of Zeus, completing the cycle of death and rebirth. The Orphic version of Dionysus' birth and rebirth underscores the god's association with the eternal cycle of life, death, and regeneration. Dionysus, as Zagreus, embodies the essence of rebirth and the indestructible nature of life. This myth also reflects the deep mysteries and esoteric beliefs of the Orphic tradition, which focused on purification, the soul's immortality, and the possibility of achieving divine wisdom and salvation. In this version, Dionysus' journey from birth through death to rebirth mirrors the human experience of suffering, transformation, and renewal. The myth of Zagreus highlights the god's dual nature as both a deity of ecstasy, revelry, and vitality, and a chthonic god connected to the underworld and the mysteries of existence. This duality makes Dionysus a unique and complex figure in Greek mythology, representing the profound and often paradoxical aspects of life and the cosmos. Dionysus' life would be marked by many adventures and travels, spreading the art of viticulture and his ecstatic worship across the world. His followers, the Manads and Satyrs, celebrated him with wild, frenzied dances and rituals embodying the spirit of ecstasy and liberation that Dionysus brought to humanity. The abduction of Persephone and the birth of the seasons. Persephone, the beautiful daughter of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and fertility, was admired by all the gods. However, it was Hades, the god of the underworld, who was captivated by her beauty and grace. Determined to make Persephone his queen, Hades devised a plan to abduct her. One day, while Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow, she was drawn to a particularly lovely bloom, a narcissus that had been planted by Hades to lure her. As she reached out to pick the flower, the ground suddenly opened up, and Hades emerged in his chariot drawn by black horses. He seized Persephone and swiftly carried her down to the underworld. Consumed by anguish at her daughter's sudden vanishing, Demeter embarked on a desperate quest, scouring the earth for 9 agonizing days and nights until Helios, the sun god, unveiled the identity of Persephone's abductor. Gripped by inconsolable grief, Demeter withdrew into seclusion, her absence plunging the world into a desolate famine as fields withered under the weight of neglect. Crops failed, and famine spread across the land. The cries of starving mortals reached Olympus, and Zeus realized that action needed to be taken. Zeus sent Hermes, the messenger god, to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's release. Hades, knowing that he had a right to Persephone as his wife, agreed to let her go, but not before tricking her into eating a few pomegranate seeds. By consuming food from the underworld, Persephone was bound to return there for part of each year. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend 2/3 of the year with her mother, Demeter, on the surface, and 1/3 of the year with Hades in the underworld. This arrangement explained the changing seasons. When Persephone was with Demeter, the earth flourished, bringing spring and summer. Indeed, during those final 3 months of each year, Persephone's return to the underworld cast a pall of darkness upon the earth, marking the onset of what we now know as winter. Demeter's inconsolable grief in her daughter's absence plunged the world into desolation, with vegetation withering and the land succumbing to frosty embrace. The abduction of Persephone thus became a powerful symbol of the natural cycle of life and death, growth and decay. It highlighted the deep bond between mother and daughter and the enduring influence of love and loss on the natural world. Cinyras and the Founding of Paphos. In the rich tapestry of Greek mythology, the founding of the city of Paphos in Cyprus is a tale interwoven with love, artistry, and divine favor. This story begins with Cinyras, a descendant of the legendary sculptor Pygmalion. Pygmalion, a masterful sculptor from Cyprus, once created an ivory statue of a woman so beautiful and lifelike that he fell in love with it. Moved by his devotion, the goddess Aphrodite brought the statue to life, and Pygmalion named her Galatea. Their union was blessed, and they had a son named Paphos, after whom the city was initially named. Generations later, Cinyras, the grandson of Pygmalion and Galatea, became a renowned king and skilled musician. Known for his talents and piety, Cinyras was favored by the gods, particularly Aphrodite, who held a special place in his lineage. Under divine inspiration, Cinyras set out to build a city that would honor the goddess of love and beauty. Choosing a site on the southwestern coast of Cyprus, where the island's natural beauty was most striking, Cinyras founded the city of Paphos. He dedicated it to Aphrodite, who was believed to have risen from the sea foam nearby. To ensure the city's prosperity and divine protection, Cinyras constructed a grand temple to Aphrodite, which would become one of the most important religious centers in the ancient world. The temple attracted worshippers and pilgrims from all over the Mediterranean, drawn by the allure of the goddess and the promise of blessings. The city of Paphos flourished, becoming a cultural and religious hub renowned for its devotion to Aphrodite and the arts. Cinyras' legacy extended beyond the city's physical foundations. His descendants continued to rule Paphos, maintaining its status as a center of worship and beauty. The city's prosperity and the devotion of its people to Aphrodite ensured that Paphos remained an enduring symbol of divine favor and artistic achievement. Dionysus' legendary conquests. Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and revelry, was not only a deity of joy and celebration, but also a powerful figure of conquest and transformation. Known also by the name Tauros Kronos, or bull-horned, Dionysus embarked on a series of legendary conquests that demonstrated his divine power and influence. Dionysus' journey of conquest began with the restoration of Ammon as the king of Egypt. Ammon, a revered deity and king, had been overthrown, leading to chaos and disorder in the land. Dionysus, hearing the pleas of the Egyptians, decided to intervene. With his followers, the Manads and Satyrs, Dionysus descended upon Egypt in a whirlwind of divine fury and revelry. His presence brought fertility and abundance back to the land, and he restored Ammon to his rightful throne, re-establishing peace and prosperity. From Egypt, Dionysus set his sights on Damascus. The city, known for its wealth and strategic importance, was a key prize in his campaign. Dionysus' approach was marked by both military prowess and the enchanting power of his divine gifts. As his army advanced, the people of Damascus found themselves irresistibly drawn to the god of wine and celebration. The city's defenders, overwhelmed by Dionysus' charm and the fervor of his followers, capitulated without a fight. Dionysus entered Damascus in triumph, bringing his joyful worship and the cultivation of vines to the region. Emboldened by his successes, Dionysus embarked on an even more ambitious journey, a venture into the distant and mysterious land of India. This expedition was filled with challenges and wonders, as Dionysus and his followers traversed vast deserts, dense forests, and towering mountains. Along the way, they encountered strange creatures and fierce resistance, but Dionysus' divine power and the loyalty of his companions saw them through every trial. In India, Dionysus sought not only to conquer, but to spread the gifts of civilization. He taught the people the art of viticulture, the secrets of winemaking, and the ecstatic rituals of his worship. His presence brought new cultural and agricultural practices to the land, transforming the lives of those he encountered. Dionysus' journey through India became a symbol of the spread of Greek culture and influence, as well as the universal appeal of joy and celebration. Madness of Pentheus, the divine retribution of Dionysus. When Cadmus decided to step off the throne of the city due to old age, he gave the reign to his grandson Pentheus. One of the first things the new king did was to ban the worship of the god Dionysus, his cousin. Dionysus, born of Zeus and the mortal Semele, returned to Thebes to establish his worship and claim his divine heritage. He has chosen Thebes as the first city of Hellas to convert as a response to rumors that his three aunts, Agave, Ino, and Autono, have been spreading about Semele. They claimed she had an affair with a mortal man, and that Cadmus used the story about Zeus to cover it up. However, his arrival was met with resistance from Pentheus, who viewed the god's revelry as a threat to his authority and the city's order. Despite the warnings of the seer Tiresias and his own grandfather Cadmus, Pentheus refused to honor Dionysus and banned his rites in Thebes. Infuriated by this defiance, Dionysus decided to teach Pentheus a lesson about the power of the divine and the folly of human arrogance. Disguised as a mortal priest, Dionysus allowed himself to be captured and brought before Pentheus. The king, failing to recognize the god, mocked and imprisoned him. However, no prison could hold a god, and Dionysus easily freed himself, further inciting the king's rage. Dionysus, using his divine powers, cast a spell over Pentheus, driving him to madness. Under the god's influence, Pentheus became consumed with curiosity about the Bacchae, the frenzied female followers of Dionysus who had retreated to the mountains for their ecstatic rites. Dionysus, still disguised, suggested that Pentheus disguise himself as a woman to spy on the Bacchae and witness their secret rituals firsthand. Blinded by his obsession and the madness induced by Dionysus, Pentheus agreed. Dressed in women's clothing and guided by the disguised god, Pentheus made his way to the mountains. Dionysus led him to a tree, where he promised Pentheus a perfect vantage point to observe the Bacchae. As Pentheus climbed higher, the god revealed his true identity and called out to his followers. In their divine frenzy, the Bacchae saw Pentheus not as their king, but as a wild beast, led by his own mother, Agave, who was also under the spell of Dionysus. The Bacchae attacked Pentheus. In their madness, they tore him apart limb from limb, believing him to be a lion. Only after the frenzy subsided did Agave realize the horrific truth that she had killed her own son. The tragic end of Pentheus served as a powerful reminder of the might of the gods and the consequences of hubris. Dionysus' retribution was complete, and the people of Thebes learned to respect and honor the divine forces beyond their control. The story of Pentheus' madness and demise highlights the themes of divine power, human frailty, and the peril of denying the gods their due reverence in Greek mythology. The Birth of Perseus, a tale of divine intervention and heroic destiny. In the ancient city of Argos, King Acrisius ruled with a heavy heart, for he had no male heir to inherit his throne. Desperate for guidance, he sought the oracle of Delphi, hoping for a prophecy that would bring him peace. Instead, the oracle's words filled him with dread. Your daughter Dana will bear a son who will one day kill you. Terrified by this prophecy, Acrisius took drastic measures to prevent it from coming true. He locked his only daughter, the beautiful Dana, in a bronze chamber deep within his palace, hoping to keep her away from any potential suitors and thereby thwart the prophecy. However, the king's efforts were no match for the will of the gods. Dana's chamber was dark and desolate and featured no doors, the only opening being a tiny crack on the roof. But that was just enough for Zeus. The king of the gods gazed down upon the imprisoned Dana and was struck by her beauty and sorrow. Determined to be with her, he transformed himself into a shower of golden rain and poured through the crack on the roof of her chamber. Enveloped in the divine light, Dana conceived a child by Zeus. During a routine visit sometime later, Acrisius was astonished to find Dana in her chamber with a baby boy in her hands, whom she named Perseus. Acrisius, realizing that his attempts to defy fate had failed, was consumed with fear. Unwilling to kill his own blood and risk the wrath of the gods, Acrisius devised a cruel plan. He placed Dana and the infant Perseus into a wooden chest and set them adrift on the open sea, hoping that the waves would carry them far away and that the prophecy would be thwarted. Zeus watched over his mortal lover and their son. The chest eventually arrived safely to the island of Seriphus, which was ruled by the relatively just King Polydectes. It so happened that the chest was caught in the fishing nets of the king's brother, Dictys, who not only freed Dana and her son, but also offered them a place to live. It is in the modest home of Dictys that Perseus grew up to become a strong young man. To prevent any eventual hostility, Dictys did his best to shelter Perseus and Dana from the curiosity of the Seriphians, and it seems that he managed the situation quite superbly, for it would pass numerous years before anyone found out about the existence of Dana and Perseus. As if Dictys was aware of something he wasn't supposed to, the second Polydectes laid his eyes on Dana, he fell in love with her. Polydectes, a man of power and influence, attempted to woo Dana, and even boldly asked for her hand in marriage. However, the demure princess consistently rebuffed his advances. Such rejections were a blow to Polydectes' royal pride, and he resolved to win Dana by any means necessary. The only obstacle in his path was her son, Perseus. Polydectes, a cunning strategist, devised a devious plan. He announced his intention to marry Hippodamia, the daughter of King Enemos of Pisa, and decreed that every citizen of Seriphus must present a horse as a contribution for the bride gift, honoring her name, which meant tamer of horses. Perseus, lacking material wealth, was unable to comply. When he sought an alternative, Polydectes saw his opportunity. Bring me the head of Medusa, he demanded, knowing full well he might be sending Perseus to his death. Medusa, with her snake-haired visage, could turn any man to stone with a single glance. The tale of Medusa began in a time of beauty and grace, long before her name became synonymous with terror. Born to the sea deities Phorcys and Ceto, Medusa was one of three sisters, renowned across the lands for their divine beauty. Yet, even among these enchanting siblings, Medusa's radiance outshone them all, captivating the hearts of all who gazed upon her. Despite her allure, Medusa chose a path of piety, dedicating herself to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. She took a solemn vow of celibacy, becoming a devout priestess in Athena's temple. But fate, in its cruel design, had other plans. During a serene walk along the shore, Medusa caught the eye of Poseidon, the mighty god of the sea. Enamored by her unmatched beauty, Poseidon pursued her relentlessly. In a desperate bid for sanctuary, Medusa fled to Athena's temple, but the god's desire overpowered him, and he violated her within the sacred sanctuary. Athena, upon discovering the desecration of her temple, was consumed with rage. Unable to confront her powerful uncle Poseidon, she turned her fury upon Medusa. In a moment of divine retribution, Athena transformed Medusa's mesmerizing beauty into a horrifying visage. Her once luxuriant locks became writhing serpents, and her captivating gaze was cursed to turn any who met her eyes into stone. Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, defended her fiercely, but Athena's wrath spared no one. The sisters were also cursed, becoming monstrous Gorgons. From then on, similarly to Euryale and Stheno, her older Gorgon sisters, Medusa was depicted with bronze hands and wings of gold. Poets claimed that she had a great boar-like tusk and tongue lolling between her fanged teeth. Writhing snakes were entwining her head in place of hair. Her face was so hideous, and her gaze so piercing that the mere sight of her was sufficient to turn a man to stone. Cast out from their homeland, the trio sought refuge in the desolate reaches of North Africa. There they found little solace, as warriors from distant lands hunted them, seeking glory and the coveted heads of the Gorgons. As the years passed, the isolation of Medusa and her sisters deepened, and their hearts grew heavy with festering resentment toward the outside world. Once beings of beauty and grace, they now harbored a relentless bitterness. This seething anger transformed them into vengeful guardians of their desolate domain. Any who dared to trespass met a swift and merciless end, their stone-turned bodies serving as eternal reminders of the Gorgons' wrath. The once enchanted trio became legendary figures of dread, their names whispered in fear and awe, as tales of their ruthless retribution spread far and wide. Barely a few days had passed when Perseus set forth on his epic adventure. He wandered tirelessly, searching for the elusive lair of the Gorgons, a place shrouded in secrecy and known to no man. Just as hope began to wane, the gods took pity on his plight. In a radiant burst of light, a tall woman and a young man with winged sandals appeared before him. They introduced themselves as Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, and Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger of the gods. Athena, her eyes gleaming with divine wisdom, bestowed upon Perseus a shield polished to a reflective sheen, while Hermes handed him an invincible sword that shimmered with an otherworldly light. Armed with these celestial gifts, Perseus felt a renewed sense of purpose and courage. Guided by their divine counsel, Perseus sought out the Grææ, the ancient and enigmatic sisters of the who held the secrets that could lead him to his formidable quarry. With resolve in his heart and the gods' blessings upon him, Perseus embarked on the perilous quest, ready to face the unimaginable challenges that lay ahead. The Grææ were a trio of gray-haired crones, sharing a single eye and tooth among them. Perseus, with cunning and agility, seized their eye and tooth as they were being passed between the sisters, demanding their aid in exchange for their return. Helpless and cornered, the Grææ revealed the path to the nymphs of the north, who possessed the mystical tools necessary for his mission: winged sandals, a cubysus, an impenetrable bag, and Hades' cap of invisibility. Perseus embarked on a daring quest to seek the aid of the nymphs, ethereal guardians of the sacred garden of the Hesperides. After a long and arduous journey, he finally located these mystical beings, their presence as enchanting as the garden they tended. With urgency and reverence, Perseus implored the nymphs for their assistance. Moved by his bravery and determination, they gifted him a set of winged sandals, allowing him to soar through the skies, Hades' cap of invisibility to render him unseen by mortal and monster alike, and a magical pouch designed to safely contain the dreaded head of Medusa. Armed with these divine tools, Perseus took to the air on his winged sandals, traversing vast deserts and treacherous mountains with breathtaking speed. The world below became a blur as he raced towards North Africa, guided by the nymph's precise instructions. His destination was the desolate and foreboding lair of Medusa, a place where no mortal dared to tread. With every beat of the enchanted sandals, Perseus drew closer to his fateful encounter, the thrill of the adventure and the weight of his mission propelling him onward through the boundless sky. In the stillness of the night, Perseus approached the Gorgon's lair with a heart pounding like a war drum. Guided by Athena, he skillfully wielded his reflective bronze shield to locate Medusa without falling prey to her petrifying gaze. There she lay, the only mortal among her sisters, vulnerable in her deep slumber. Seizing the moment, Perseus delivered a swift and decisive strike, severing Medusa's head with an expert's precision. As the fatal blow was struck, an astonishing event unfolded. From Medusa's neck sprang forth her two unborn children, Chryser, a golden-sworded warrior, and Pegasus, the majestic winged horse. Their sudden emergence filled the lair with a burst of light and noise, awakening the remaining Gorgons. Furious and grief-stricken, they launched into a frenzied pursuit to avenge their sister's death. However, their efforts were in vain, for Perseus, cloaked in Hades' cap of invisibility and propelled by Hermes' winged sandals, evaded their sight and grasp effortlessly. Defeated and sorrowful, the Gorgons retreated to their secluded abode to mourn Medusa. Their anguished cries echoed through the desolate landscape, a haunting symphony of grief. According to the great poet Pindar, Athena herself was so moved by the Gorgons' mournful lament that she immortalized their sorrow in the mournful music of the double pipe, the aulos. Thus, even in her death, Medusa's legacy continued, her story woven into the very fabric of Greek myth and music. Seizing the opportunity, Perseus mounted Pegasus and ascended from the cavern's depths, soaring into the night sky. As he flew over the vast expanse of the ocean, a sight below left him stunned and maiden, bound in chains upon a solitary rock, her beauty radiant even in the moonlight. The damsel in distress was Andromeda, the exquisite princess of Ethiopia, condemned to a rocky precipice as a sacrifice to appease the wrath of the gods. A monstrous sea creature, Cetus, had been terrorizing the kingdom's shores, and in desperation, Andromeda's parents offered her life to save their people. Enraptured by Andromeda's beauty and moved by her plight, Perseus descended to the shore and approached her parents, the king and queen. He proposed a bold bargain. He would slay the beast and in return, win Andromeda's hand in marriage. Gratefully, the sovereigns accepted his offer. With the power of his winged sandals and armed with his invincible sword, Perseus took to the skies once more. He engaged Cetus in a fierce battle, the sea churning violently below. In a dazzling display of heroism, Perseus struck down the malevolent creature, ending its reign of terror. The kingdom rejoiced, and true to their word, Andromeda's parents blessed the union with a joyous wedding ceremony. With his new bride by his side, Perseus mounted Pegasus and embarked on the journey back to the Isle of Seriphos, where his mother, Dana, anxiously awaited his return. However, upon their arrival, a grim reality unfolded. Dana had been forced into seclusion, having fallen prey to the predatory advances of King Polydectes in Perseus's absence. Fueled by righteous anger, Perseus prepared to confront the tyrant who had wronged his mother, determined to bring justice and restore peace to their lives. Incensed by the king's tyranny, Perseus stormed the palace, his heart ablaze with righteous fury. He confronted the king's guards, who moved to intercept him, but Perseus was undeterred. With a flourish, he brandished the severed head of Medusa, its serpentine hair writhing and eyes glowing with a deadly light. The guards, caught in its petrifying gaze, instantly transformed into lifeless statues, their forms frozen in expressions of shock and horror. Polydectes, realizing the dire peril he was in, attempted a futile retaliation, but Perseus, swift and resolute, meted out justice with an unerring hand. Raising Medusa's head once more, he turned the tyrant king to stone, forever immortalizing his terror-stricken countenance in cold, unyielding marble. With Polydectes defeated, Perseus appointed Dictys, the kind fisherman who had sheltered him and his mother, as the new king of Seriphus. The island rejoiced under Dictys's benevolent rule, a stark contrast to the tyranny they had endured. Perseus then embarked on a final journey to return the divine items that had aided him in his quest. He gifted Medusa's head to the goddess Athena, who gratefully accepted the fearsome trophy. Athena placed the Gorgon's head at the center of her shield, the Aegis, where it became the most recognizable and revered emblem of her divine power. By this time, Perseus had fulfilled his obligations to fate, yet fate still had unfinished business with him. Seeking to reconcile with his grandfather Acrisius, Perseus brought Dana and Andromeda to Argos. Upon hearing of Perseus's approach, Acrisius, haunted by the oracle's prophecy that his grandson would be his doom, fled to the Pelasgian lands. Ironically, this was precisely where Perseus headed next, not finding Acrisius in Argos. He stopped at Larissa to compete in the athletic games held by King Teutonides in honor of his deceased father. During the discus event, Perseus threw with all his might, but the discus veered off course and struck an old man in the crowd, killing him instantly. To Perseus's horror, the old man was none other than Acrisius, thus fulfilling the dreaded prophecy. After burying Acrisius outside of Argos, Perseus felt too ashamed to claim the throne of the city that now seemed cursed by his very presence. Instead, he approached Megapenthes, the ruler of Tiryns, and proposed an exchange. Perseus surrendered Argos to Megapenthes in return for the rule of Tiryns. In time, Perseus also founded the great city of Mycenae, where he and Andromeda lived happily for many years, raising a large family of at least one daughter and 6 sons, though some accounts add even more children. Their descendants went on to become illustrious kings and heroes, the greatest of them all being Hercules, their great-grandson, who would be celebrated as the most famous hero of Greek mythology. Birth of Hercules, the legend of the mighty hero. Hercules, known to the Romans as Hercules, is one of the greatest heroes in Greek mythology. His birth story is filled with divine intrigue, jealousy, and miraculous events, setting the stage for his legendary life of heroism and adventure. Alcmene was the granddaughter of Perseus, beautiful and virtuous daughter of King Electryon of Mycenae, was married to Amphitryon, a brave and noble warrior. One night, as Amphitryon was away on a campaign, Zeus, the king of the gods, looked down upon Alcmene and was captivated by her beauty and grace. Determined to make her his own, Zeus devised a plan to seduce her. Transforming himself into the likeness of Amphitryon, Zeus visited Alcmene. To ensure that their union would be fruitful and to savor his time with her, Zeus extended one night into 3. Alcmene, believing she was with her husband, welcomed Zeus into her bed. Their divine union resulted in the conception of a child destined for greatness. When Amphitryon returned home, he was initially puzzled by Alcmene's strange recounting of their night together. However, the truth was soon revealed by the seer Tiresias, who explained that it was Zeus who had come to her in disguise. The night of Heracles' birth was marked by divine intervention and jealousy. Hera, the wife of Zeus, was furious when she discovered her husband's infidelity and the impending birth of his son. In an attempt to thwart the prophecy that the child would become a great hero, Hera tried to delay Heracles' birth. She sent her daughter, Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to prevent Alcmene from delivering the child. However, Galanthus, a clever and loyal maid of Alcmene, tricked Eileithyia into loosening her hold, allowing Heracles to be born. Born as Alcides, the infant was later named Heracles, meaning glory of Hera, in a vain attempt to appease the goddess. Zeus decided to let the infant Heracles suckle on his divine wife Hera's milk when she was asleep, an act which would endow the baby with godlike qualities. When Hera woke up and realized that she was breastfeeding an unknown infant, she pushed him away, and the spurting milk became the Milky Way. As a newborn, Heracles demonstrated his divine strength. Hera, still vengeful, sent 2 serpents to kill the infant as he lay in his cradle. However, the baby Heracles seized the serpents with his tiny hands and strangled them, showcasing his extraordinary power even as an infant. Heracles had a number of mentors. His father Amphitryon taught him to drive a chariot. Autolycus, Odysseus' grandfather, tutored him in wrestling. Eurydice, the king of Oechalia, instructed Heracles in archery. Castor, the mortal Dioscuri twin, trained Heracles in fencing, and Harpalycus of Phanet, a fearsome son of Hermes, in boxing. He acquired the art of writing and learned the secrets of literature from Linus, Amuse's son, who may have as well taught Heracles the lyre. Others say that Heracles' music teacher had been, in fact, Eumolpus, the son of Philammon. Either way, Heracles' education was entrusted to the best of the best. Even as a child, Heracles outdid them all. Yet, his volatile temper, coupled with his immense strength, made him a challenge to both friend and foe alike. This became tragically evident when Linus, his music tutor, felt the full force of Heracles' wrath. Struggling with the lyre and frustrated by Linus's constant corrections, Heracles' temper flared. In a moment of blind rage, he struck Linus on the head with the lyre, killing him instantly. Although Heracles faced only minor repercussions, this incident foreshadowed the recurring obstacle his temper would pose in his future endeavors. The birth of Theseus, the future hero and king of Athens. The birth of Theseus, one of the most celebrated heroes in Greek mythology, is a tale of prophecy, divine intervention, and the intertwining destinies of kings and gods. His story begins with his parents, Aethra and Aegeus, whose union was orchestrated by both human and divine influences. Aegeus, the king of Athens, was troubled by his lack of an heir. He traveled to the oracle of Delphi seeking guidance. The oracle's cryptic response left him puzzled. Do not unstop the wineskin's mouth until you reach the height of Athens. On his way back to Athens, Aegeus stopped in the city of Trojan, where he was hosted by King Pittheus, a wise and cunning ruler. Understanding the oracle's message, Pittheus saw an opportunity to align his lineage with the royal house of Athens. He arranged for his daughter, the beautiful Aethra, to meet Aegeus. That night, Aegeus and Aethra lay together, and their union was further influenced by the god Poseidon, who also visited Aethra. This dual parentage imbued Theseus with both mortal and divine qualities. After their night together, Aegeus left Trojan to return to Athens, but not before leaving instructions with Aethra. He hid his sword and sandals under a large rock, and told her that if she bore a son, she should send him to Athens with these items when he was strong enough to lift the rock. This would serve as a sign of his royal lineage. In due time, Aethra gave birth to a son, whom she named Theseus. As he grew, it became evident that Theseus possessed extraordinary strength and courage, traits inherited from both his mortal and divine fathers. When Theseus reached the age of 16, Aethra revealed to him the secret of his birth and the challenge set by Aegeus. With great determination, Theseus lifted the massive rock and retrieved the sword and sandals, symbols of his royal heritage. With the items in hand, Theseus embarked on the perilous journey to Athens to claim his birthright. Along the way, he faced numerous challenges and performed heroic deeds, defeating bandits and monsters that terrorized the land. Theseus' journey was a testament to his bravery, strength, and sense of justice, earning him a reputation as a formidable hero even before reaching Athens. Upon his arrival in Athens, Theseus revealed his identity to Aegeus, who recognized his son by the sword and sandals. Father and son were joyfully reunited, and Theseus was welcomed into the royal household. His arrival marked the beginning of a new era for Athens, as Theseus would go on to become a legendary king, known for his wisdom, bravery, and numerous heroic exploits, including his famous encounter with the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete. Hercules' early adventures. The Lion of Cytheron. The lion of Mount Cytheron preyed on the flocks of both Amphitryon and Thespius, the king of Thespiae. While staying with the latter, Heracles killed the beast after hunting it ferociously for 50 days straight. Having vanquished the lion, Heracles dressed himself in his skin, and ever since then wore the lion's scalp as his helmet. Amazed at the boy's power and determination, and wishing that all of his daughters should have a child by him, night by night, Thespius managed to send each of his 50 daughters to Heracles' bed. Thinking that his bedfellow was always one and the same, Heracles had intercourse with all of them and fathered at least a child to each. The heralds of Erginus. Coming back triumphantly from the hunt, Heracles encountered the heralds of Erginus, sent by the Minion king to collect the annual Theban tribute of 100 cows. After learning of their intentions, Heracles has cut off their ears and noses and hands, and having fastened them by ropes from their necks, he told them to carry the tribute to Erginus and the Minions. Furious, Erginus gathered the Minion army and marched against Thebes, but instead found his death at the hands of Heracles, who afterward compelled the Minions to pay double the original tribute to the Thebans. The 12 Labors of Heracles, a hero's path to redemption. Upon reaching adulthood, Heracles married the Theban princess Megara, and together they had 3 children. Yet Hera, ever resentful of Zeus's illegitimate offspring, could not bear to see Heracles happy. She plotted to disrupt his life, determined to make him suffer. Unaware of Hera's schemes, Heracles returned home one day to find his house in ruins and his family missing. As he called out in desperation, grotesque monsters emerged from the shadows, advancing menacingly toward him. Consumed by an unnatural fury, Heracles attacked, delivering a fatal blow to one creature with a powerful strike. Despite their attempts to flee, he pursued and killed each monster with his bare hands, blinded by rage. In a cruel twist, Hera then dispelled her enchantment, revealing the true horror of the scene. The monsters reverted to their human forms, his own wife and children, now lying lifeless before him. Overcome with grief, Heracles tried desperately to rouse them, tears streaming down his face, but it was too late. Hera's spell had succeeded, and he was left to bear the guilt of having slain his own kin. Realizing he must seek redemption, Heracles knew that the crime of killing one's family was among the gravest in ancient Greece. Without penance, the Furies would pursue him, inflicting eternal torment. Seeking guidance, Heracles went to the Oracle of Delphi, the conduit of Apollo's divine wisdom. However, Hera subtly influenced the oracle's pronouncements. When Heracles asked how he might atone for his sins, the oracle declared he must serve King Eurystheus of Mycenae for 10 years. Understanding his fate, Heracles humbly accepted and set out for Mycenae. King Eurystheus, envious of Heracles, quickly accepted his servitude, devising 10 nearly impossible labors for him to complete unaided. The 12 labors, the Nemean lion. Heracles bowed his head in humility, inquiring about the nature of his inaugural task. King Eurystheus, with a glint of malice in his eyes, recounted the plight of a menacing lion that had been ravaging the village of Nemea. This lion, impervious to conventional weaponry with its golden hide and razor-sharp claws, had vanquished all who dared to confront it. The responsibility now fell upon Heracles to slay the beast. Recognizing the futility of traditional arms against the lion's defenses, Heracles devoted months to rigorous training, uprooting trees and hoisting boulders to hone his immense strength. Strengthened as never before, he braced himself to face the fearsome creature with nothing but his bare hands. As he approached the lion's lair, Heracles passed the fallen bodies of valiant warriors, their weapons shattered and strewn about in defeat. The air was thick with the scent of death and the echoes of past battles. When the lion finally emerged, its golden hide gleaming menacingly in the light, it let out a roar that shook the very ground. Undeterred, Heracles met the beast's gaze with unflinching determination. The lion charged, but Heracles sidestepped its powerful assault with the agility of a seasoned warrior. Seizing the beast's neck in a vice-like grip, he engaged in a grueling struggle, his muscles straining against the lion's immense power. Hours passed in a brutal dance of strength and endurance, until finally, Heracles gained a decisive hold on the lion's throat. Exerting his full strength, he squeezed until he heard the fatal snap. The mighty beast fell limp, and Heracles, drenched in sweat and triumph, knew his inaugural labor was complete. Heracles spent hours trying unsuccessfully to skin the lion, and gradually growing angrier as it appeared he would be unable to complete his first task. Eventually Athena, in the guise of an old crone, helped Heracles to realize that the best tools to cut the hide were the creature's own claws. Thus, with a little divine intervention, Heracles completed his first task, draping the pelt around his shoulders like a mantle. With the lion's head fashioned into a protective cowl, he emerged from the den, a figure of mythic power and heroism. In his hands, he carried a massive oak tree, which he had uprooted and fashioned into a sturdy club. This newfound weapon, along with the lion's skin, became symbols of his journey toward redemption. Returning to Mycenae bedecked in the Nemean lion's pelt, Heracles presented a sight that left Eurystheus speechless. The king, who had never imagined his cousin would emerge victorious from such a perilous encounter, now realized the true might and determination of Heracles. The legend of the Nemean lion was born, echoing through the annals of Greek mythology, as a testament to Heracles' unparalleled strength and indomitable spirit. The great lion of the constellation Leo was said by the Greeks to have been the Nemean lion, placed in the sky after Heracles slew it. Alternatively, they said that the lion was cast down from the moon, which would also appear in this constellation during summer months. The sun appears to pass through its mouth, suggesting a method of death, and thus implying the difficulty in other methods. The second labor of Heracles, the Lernaean Hydra. In the ancient land of Argos, near the murky waters of Lake Lerna, a fearsome beast known as the Lernaean Hydra made its home. This monstrous serpent, with its 9 venomous heads, was a terror to all who dwelled nearby. One of these heads was immortal, making the Hydra seemingly invincible. Heracles, the mighty hero, was tasked with slaying this creature as his second labor. As Heracles journeyed towards Lake Lerna, the goddess Hera, who despised him, sought to make his challenge even more perilous. She sent a giant crab to lurk in the depths of the lake, ready to attack at the opportune moment. Upon reaching the Hydra's lair, Heracles boldly charged at the beast, wielding his mighty club. With a powerful swing, he decapitated one of the Hydra's heads. To his horror, 2 new heads sprouted from the severed neck, each one hissing with deadly venom. Undeterred, Heracles continued to chop off the Hydra's heads, only to find that each time he did, more heads would emerge, multiplying his problem. As Heracles struggled against the ever-growing Hydra, the giant crab, summoned by Hera, emerged from the lake. It clamped its enormous pincers around Heracles' ankle, pinning him to the ground. The hero found himself in a dire predicament, facing the Hydra's venomous heads and the crushing grip of the crab. Just when all seemed lost, an arrow whizzed through the air and struck the Hydra in its side. Heracles turned to see his young nephew, Iolaus, standing on the shore with a bow in hand. Determined to aid his uncle, Iolaus had followed him to the lake, hoping to provide assistance. With renewed vigor, Heracles reached for his club and swung it with such force that he crushed the giant crab in a single blow. The ground shook with the impact, and the crabs remained scattered into the water. Working together, Heracles and Iolaus devised a new strategy. As Heracles sliced off one of the Hydra's heads, Iolaus quickly cauterized the neck with a flaming torch, preventing any new heads from growing. For hours they toiled, slicing and burning, until finally the Hydra lay defeated, its immortal head severed and cauterized. Victorious, Heracles dipped the tips of his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, knowing that even a single scratch from these arrows would be fatal. These deadly weapons would prove invaluable in his future labors. However, despite his triumph, Heracles' labor was deemed incomplete by King Eurystheus. The king declared that because Heracles had received assistance from Iolaus, the labor did not count, and an additional 11th task would be required. As Heracles and Iolaus departed the lake, Hera, in a rare moment of acknowledgement, honored the giant crab's service. She cast its image into the heavens, creating the constellation Cancer, a reminder of the hero's epic struggle and the crab's brief but significant role in the tale. The third labor of Heracles, the Ceryneian Hind. Having triumphed over the fearsome Lernaean Hydra, Heracles was given his third labor by King Eurystheus to capture the elusive Ceryneian Hind and bring it back alive. This hind was no ordinary creature. With bronze hooves that glinted in the sunlight and magnificent golden antlers that shimmered like the dawn. It was a sight to behold a creature of divine beauty. The hind was sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, and harming it would surely invoke her wrath. Heracles, knowing this, set off on his quest with a mixture of reverence and determination. He journeyed to Mount Cerynea, where the hind roamed freely through the dense forests and rugged terrain. This labor was supposed to put Heracles in a disadvantaged position. It was a lose-lose scenario. If he managed to catch the deer, this would upset Artemis, and he would have to face her punishment. If he didn't catch it, then he would fail his labor and for eternity live in sorrow. As Heracles approached the mountain, he caught a glimpse of the hind grazing by a clear, sparkling stream. It stood tall and proud, its golden antlers catching the light, making it look almost ethereal. Heracles knew he had to be cautious. The hind was known for its incredible speed and agility. For days and nights, Heracles tracked the hind through the forests, over hills, and across rivers. The chase seemed endless, with the hind always staying just out of reach, its swift legs carrying it away from every trap Heracles set. Seasons changed, and a full year passed with Heracles tirelessly pursuing his quarry. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest canopy, Heracles spotted the hind resting by a quiet grove. He moved slowly and silently, his muscles tense with anticipation. With a sudden burst of speed, Heracles lunged forward and managed to ensnare the hind with a net, carefully avoiding harm to the sacred creature. The hind, realizing it could not escape, stood still, its large eyes filled with a calm resignation. Heracles gently patted the creature, whispering words of reassurance. He knew he had to tread carefully, for the goddess Artemis would not look kindly upon anyone who mistreated her sacred animal. With great care, Heracles led the Ceryneian Hind back to King Eurystheus. The journey back was slow and respectful, with Heracles ensuring the hind remained unharmed. Heracles' success was met with mixed feelings. While he had completed the task without harming the hind, he had also drawn the attention of Artemis. The goddess appeared before him, her presence commanding and fierce. She demanded to know why Heracles had captured her sacred hind. Heracles, ever respectful, bowed low and explained his labors, imposed by King Eurystheus. He assured Artemis that no harm had come to the hind and that he had treated it with the utmost respect. Impressed by his honesty and reverence, Artemis allowed Heracles to complete his labor and release the hind back into the wild, where it could roam free once more. Upon reaching the palace, Eurystheus marveled at the beauty of the creature, its golden antlers gleaming in the sunlight. Thus, Heracles completed his third labor, earning not only the admiration of King Eurystheus, but also the grudging respect of the goddess Artemis. The fourth labor of Heracles, the Erymanthian Boar. Infuriated by Heracles' success in capturing the Ceryneian Hind, King Eurystheus hastily assigned him a fourth labor, to capture the Erymanthian Boar alive. This monstrous beast had been terrorizing the region around Mount Erymanthus, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Heracles, undaunted by the task, set off with enthusiasm. Along the way, he decided to visit his old friend, Pholus, a centaur renowned for his wisdom and hospitality. Unlike many of his kind, who are known for their wild and unruly behavior, Pholus was gentle and intelligent, and he had been friends with Heracles since their youth. When Heracles arrived at Pholus' dwelling, the centaur welcomed him warmly and decided to host a grand feast in his honor. Pholus invited several local centaurs, including Chiron, the wise and immortal teacher who had taught Heracles the art of archery. The feast began with joyous reunion and stories of old times. As the evening progressed, Heracles decided to take a walk outside. In Pholus' cave, he discovered a large jar of wine on a shelf. Unbeknownst to him, this wine was a sacred gift from the god Dionysus to the centaurs, passed down through generations. Heracles, feeling thirsty, cracked open the jar and took a hearty drink, unaware of the consequences. The powerful aroma of the wine wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of centaurs miles away. Drawn by the scent, a horde of centaurs soon descended upon Pholus' home, demanding to know who had dared to drink their sacred wine. Pholus and Chiron attempted to calm the enraged centaurs, but their efforts were in vain. The crowd grew more hostile, and the situation quickly escalated into violence. Heracles, realizing the gravity of his mistake, tried to defend himself. The first two who dared to enter were armed with rocks and fir trees. Hercules grabbed burning sticks from the fireplace and threw them at the centaurs, then went after them with his club. He shot arrows at the rest of them and chased after them for about 20 miles. The rest of the centaurs fled in different directions. In the chaos, Heracles accidentally shot his beloved teacher Chiron. Though immortal, Chiron was not immune to the excruciating pain of the Hydra's poison. Writhing in agony, Chiron wished for death, but could not find release. Zeus, witnessing the suffering of the wise centaur, took pity on him. He granted Chiron's wish by allowing him to relinquish his immortality and placed his spirit among the stars, creating the constellation Sagittarius. While Hercules was gone, Pholus pulled an arrow from the body of one of the dead centaurs. He wondered that so little a thing could kill such a big creature. Suddenly, the arrow slipped from his hand. It fell onto his foot and killed him on the spot. So when Hercules returned, he found Pholus dead. Overcome with grief and guilt, Heracles buried his friend and mentor, mourning their tragic fates. But unknown to Heracles, a centaur called Nessus was able to survive the massacre, running far into the mountains, where he would spend over a decade planning his revenge on the hero. Determined to complete his labor despite his sorrow, Heracles resumed his quest for the Erymanthian Boar. He tracked the beast through the rugged terrain of Mount Erymanthus, finally driving it into a snowdrift. The deep snow slowed the boar's movements, allowing Heracles to capture it with chains. Heracles returned to Eurystheus with the giant boar in tow. Upon seeing the monstrous creature, Eurystheus was overcome with fear. He leapt into a large storage jar, trembling and refusing to come out until Heracles removed the boar from his sight. Heracles could hardly contain his amusement, but did as the king commanded, releasing the boar back into the wild. Humiliated, Eurystheus emerged from the jar and quickly sent Heracles off on his next labor, determined to find a challenge that would finally defeat the hero. The fifth labor of Heracles, cleaning the Ogygian stables. For his fifth labor, Heracles was faced with an ostensibly impossible task: to clean the Ogygian stables in a single day, using only his hands and without any assistance. Eurystheus, ever scheming and vindictive, believed this labor would surely lead to Heracles' failure. The stables belonged to King Aegeus of Elis and housed 3,000 immortal cattle. They had not been cleaned for 30 years, resulting in filth piled several meters high and a stench so terrible that no one dared approach. When Heracles arrived in Elis, he sought out King Aegeus, who, intrigued by the hero's confidence, promised him 1/10 of the immortal herd if he could clean the stables before nightfall. As Heracles approached the stables, he was overwhelmed by the horrid smell and the sheer size of the task ahead. The filth-covered area was as large as a small city, and Heracles realized that even his immense strength might not be enough to complete the task in the traditional way. Ever resourceful, Heracles devised a clever plan. He made his way to the nearby rivers Alpheus and Peneus, knowing that their mighty currents could achieve what seemed impossible. Abiding by Eurystheus' restrictions, Heracles used no tools, instead employing his bare hands to dig a canal. This canal would divert the river's flow through the stables, utilizing nature's power to cleanse the filth. With Herculean effort, Heracles completed the canal, and soon a great torrent of water came rushing into the stables. The powerful currents swept through the massive structure, washing away years of accumulated dung in a matter of hours. The water then continued to flow out into the surrounding farmlands, depositing a rich layer of manure that would serve as a powerful fertilizer. The people of Elis were overjoyed. Their fields, now enriched with the nutrient-laden water, promised bountiful harvests for years to come. In gratitude and celebration, the citizens cheered for Heracles, hailing him as a savior. To commemorate this momentous occasion, Heracles instituted the Olympic Games, a grand event to be held every 4 years in Elis, celebrating athletic prowess and honoring the gods. However, not all was well. When Heracles returned to Eurystheus to report his success, the king, ever spiteful, refused to acknowledge the completion of the labor. Eurystheus argued that Heracles had accomplished the task for payment, thereby violating the spirit of the labor. As a result, the task was not counted, and Heracles was assigned an additional labor, raising the total to 12. The sixth labor of Heracles, the Stymphalian birds. For his sixth labor, Heracles faced a daunting task: to drive away a flock of man-eating birds from the vicinity of Lake Stymphalus. These were no ordinary birds. Sacred to Ares, the god of war, they had iron beaks sharp enough to tear through the toughest armor. The birds were the size of herons and excreted poisonous droppings, rendering the land around the lake uninhabitable. Heracles journeyed to Lake Stymphalus, his mind racing with strategies to deal with this deadly flock. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the area, noting the eerie silence and the desolate landscape. The ground was littered with bones, a grim testament to the birds' deadly nature. Arriving at the lake, which was deep in the woods, Hercules had no idea how to drive the huge gathering of birds away. The goddess Athena came to his aid, providing a pair of bronze crotala, noise-making clappers similar to castanets. These were no ordinary noisemakers. They had been made by an immortal craftsman, Hephaestus, the god of the forge. With the rattles in hand, Heracles began to shake them vigorously. The noise they produced was horrendous, a cacophony that pierced the air and echoed across the lake. The sound caused the Stymphalian birds immense pain, and in a frenzy, hundreds of them took to the sky, forming a great, dark cloud above the lake. Seizing the opportunity, Heracles drew his bow and took aim. With his remarkable skill and strength, he shot arrow after arrow into the flock, each one finding its mark. The iron-beaked birds fell from the sky, their bodies crashing into the lake or the ground below. The few that survived the onslaught, terrified and wounded, fled the lake, never to return. Heracles stood at the water's edge, his task complete. The air was now clear of the menacing birds, and the land, though still scarred, was no longer dominated by their poisonous presence. He had triumphed once again, thanks to his courage, strength, and the divine assistance of Athena. The seventh labor of Heracles, the Cretan bull. Needing more time to devise his next plan, King Eurystheus sent Heracles to the island of Crete, where King Minos would provide his seventh labor. Crete was a land rich in myth and legend, and its king had once been gifted a magnificent white bull by the sea god Poseidon. The bull was intended to be sacrificed in Poseidon's honor, but King Minos, captivated by the creature's beauty, decided to keep it for himself. Furious at this affront, Poseidon cast a spell on Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae, causing her to fall madly in love with the bull. From this unnatural union was born the Minotaur, a fearsome creature that was half man and half bull. The Minotaur was confined to a labyrinth beneath the palace, a maze so intricate that no one who entered could ever escape. However, the mad bull, having impregnated the queen, was driven to madness by Poseidon and began wreaking havoc across Crete, destroying crops, villages, and spreading terror among the people. Heracles arrived in Crete to a land in turmoil. King Minos, desperate to rid his kingdom of the raging beast, tasked Heracles with capturing the mad bull. Accepting the challenge, Heracles set out to find the creature, which had been causing such chaos. When Heracles finally confronted the bull, it charged at him with all its fury. With a swift and powerful move, Heracles grabbed the bull by its horns and wrestled it to the ground. The struggle was immense, with the bull's strength and madness matched only by Heracles' determination and might. Hours passed as the two battled, but eventually, Heracles' relentless grip and sheer willpower subdued the exhausted beast. Recognizing the bull as a child of Poseidon and not wishing to harm an animal sacred to the gods, Heracles decided to take it back to Mycenae alive. Remarkably, the bull, being a divine creature, had the ability to walk on water. Heracles mounted the bull and rode it across the seas, making a dramatic entrance as he brought the bull to King Eurystheus. Eurystheus, upon seeing the captured bull, was once again astounded by Heracles' success. However, Fearing the wrath of Poseidon and not wanting the bull to remain in his kingdom, he ordered Heracles to release it. Heracles, honoring the gods and his own sense of respect for the divine beast, released the bull into the wild. The Cretan bull continued its rampage across the Greek mainland, spreading fear and destruction. It wasn't until many years later that the hero Theseus, another great figure of Greek mythology, would finally capture and kill the beast, ending its reign of terror. The eighth labor of Heracles, the mares of Diomedes. For his eighth labor, Heracles was tasked with a daunting mission, to bring King Eurystheus the fearsome mares of Diomedes, the Thracian king. These were no ordinary horses. They were monstrous creatures, known to breathe fire and possessed an insatiable aggression, made worse by their diet of human flesh. Diomedes, a cruel and twisted ruler, fed them the flesh of unsuspecting guests and strangers who wandered into his kingdom. Heracles brought a number of volunteers to help him capture the giant horses. The mares of Diomedes were bound to the palace wall with heavy cast iron chains, thrashing violently and foaming at the mouth. Their fiery breath scorched the ground beneath them, and their eyes burned with a fierce, unnatural hunger. Heracles and Abderus gazed at the terrifying creatures, understanding the magnitude of the task before them. After overpowering Diomedes' men, Heracles broke the chains that tethered the horses. Unaware that the mares were man-eating and uncontrollable, Heracles left them in the charge of his favored companion, Abderus, while he left to fight Diomedes. Heracles entered the palace to confront King Diomedes, a foul-looking man with a nauseating stench that seemed to embody the cruelty of his soul. A terrible scream pierced the air. Heracles turned to see Abderus, who had gotten too close to the vicious horses, being torn apart by their savage jaws. Heracles watched in horror as his young lover was brutally killed. The sight of Abderus' lifeless body filled him with an uncontrollable rage. Driven by fury and grief, Heracles stormed back into the palace, cutting down the guards who tried to stop him. He seized Diomedes by the hair and dragged him outside, determined to give the king a taste of his own monstrous cruelty. With a mighty heave, Heracles threw Diomedes to his own ravenous horses. The mares attacked their master, their iron teeth ripping into his flesh. But as they devoured him, they soon found his flesh so foul and repugnant that they stopped eating halfway through, forever put off the taste of human flesh. The once bloodthirsty mares were now docile, their ferocity tamed by the taste of their master's vile body. Heracles, still mourning the loss of Abderus, grabbed the chains of the subdued mares and led them back to Mycenae. The journey was somber, the weight of Abderus' death heavy on Heracles' heart. Upon arriving in Mycenae, Heracles presented the mares of Diomedes to King Eurystheus. The king, though awed by Heracles' success, saw the deep sorrow in the hero's eyes. Eurystheus had hoped to see Heracles broken by the task, but instead, he saw a hero who had turned his pain into strength. Heracles' task was complete, but the memory of Abderus lingered, a reminder of the cost of his labors. In honor of the slain Abderos, Hercules founded the city of Abdera. The ninth labor of Heracles, the Girdle of Hippolyta. For his ninth labor, Heracles was tasked with retrieving the Girdle of Hippolyta, a gold and leather belt that ensured victory in battle. This prized possession belonged to Hippolyta, the formidable queen of the Amazons, a race of warrior women renowned for their unmatched combat skills and fierce independence. Queen Hippolyta had a special piece of armor. It was a leather belt that had been given to her by Ars, the war god, because she was the best warrior of all the Amazons. She wore this belt across her chest and used it to carry her sword and spear. Setting off towards the east, Heracles brought with him a small band of loyal warriors, prepared for a potential battle with the fierce Amazons. Upon arriving in the land of the Amazons, Heracles and his men were taken aback by the unexpected hospitality they received. Instead of hostility, they were met with respect and curiosity. Hippolyta herself greeted Heracles, intrigued by the stories of his legendary labors. Overcome by a mix of admiration and desire, she offered him her girdle as a token of her interest and respect. Heracles, grateful for the peaceful resolution, accepted the girdle, thinking his task had been miraculously easy. However, high on Mount Olympus, Hera watched the unfolding events with disbelief. Disguising herself as an Amazon warrior, Hera infiltrated the camp and began to sow seeds of distrust among the women. Whispering lies and stirring fears, she convinced the Amazons that Heracles had come to her going to carry off the queen and enslave them, turning their hospitality into suspicion and anger. The atmosphere in the camp quickly shifted as the Amazons, now believing Hera's deceit, mounted their horses and prepared for battle. Chaos erupted as they charged towards Heracles and his men, who were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Heracles, hearing the commotion, rushed outside to find his companions being slaughtered by the enraged Amazons. Betrayed and furious, Heracles turned to confront Hippolyta, believing she had tricked him. Before the queen could explain, Heracles, blinded by rage, struck her down with his mighty club. The girdle, which she had already gifted to him, offered her no protection. With Hippolyta dead, Heracles turned his attention to the raging battle. He fought ferociously, cutting down any Amazon who challenged him, his heart heavy with the loss of his men and the queen's betrayal. After a brutal fight, Heracles managed to save a small handful of his companions. Together, they hastily retreated from the camp, carrying the girdle back to Mycenae. Upon returning to Mycenae, Heracles presented the girdle to King Eurystheus. However, Eurystheus, tired of Heracles' success and determined to see him fail, decided to send him to the farthest place he could think of, the distant island of Erythea, where another deadly challenge awaited. The 10th labor of Heracles, the Cattle of Geryon. For his 10th labor, Heracles was tasked with a perilous journey to retrieve the Cattle of Geryon, a fearsome giant who dwelled on the distant island of Erythea. Geryon was the son of Chryser and Calarho. Chryser had sprung from the body of the Gorgon Medusa after Perseus beheaded her, and Calarho was the daughter of two titans, Oceanus and Tethys. With such distinguished lineage, it is no surprise that Geryon himself was quite unique. It seems that Geryon had 3 heads and 3 sets of legs, all joined at the waist. Heracles set off on his journey, traveling southwest along the African coastline. The scorching heat of the Libyan desert soon began to take its toll on the hero, unused to such extreme temperatures. Frustrated and suffering under the relentless sun, Heracles took out his bow and aimed an arrow at the sky, threatening to shoot the sun if it continued to torment him. Startled by the hero's audacity, the sun god Helios descended in human form, pleading with Heracles not to shoot. Helios promised to lessen his intensity during Heracles' journey, and in gratitude for sparing him, offered the hero a gift, his great golden cup. This vessel, shaped like a giant water lily, was what Helios used to sail across the ocean each night. With renewed vigor and a magical vessel at his disposal, Heracles continued his journey. Finally reaching the island of Erythea, he immediately spotted the herd of cattle and their formidable owner, Geryon. The giant stood watch over his cattle, his 3 heads scanning the horizon for any sign of danger. Not long after he arrived, Orpheus, the 2-headed dog, attacked Hercules, so Hercules bashed him with his club. Eurytion followed, with the same result. Another herdsman in the area reported these events to Geryon. Just as Hercules was escaping with the cattle, Geryon attacked him. Hercules fought with him and shot him dead with his arrows. With both Geryon and Orpheus defeated, Heracles gathered the cattle and guided them into Helios' golden cup. The stealing of the cattle was not such a difficult task compared to the trouble Hercules had bringing the herd back to Greece. In Liguria, 2 sons of Poseidon, the god of the sea, tried to steal the cattle, so he killed them. At Rhegium, a bull got loose and jumped into the sea. The bull swam to Sicily and then made its way to the neighboring country. The native word for bull was Italus, and so the country came to be named after the bull and was called Italy. The escaped bull was found by a ruler named Eryx, another of Poseidon's sons, and Eryx put this bull into his own herd. Meanwhile, Hercules was searching for the runaway animal. He temporarily entrusted the rest of the herd to the god Hephaestus and went after the bull. He found it in Eryx's herd, but the king would return it only if the hero could beat him in a wrestling contest. Never one to shy away from competition, Hercules beat Eryx 3 times in wrestling, killed the king, took back the bull, and returned it to the herd. To annoy Heracles, Hera sent a gadfly to bite the cattle, irritate them, and scatter them. Hera then sent a flood which rose the water level of a river, so much Heracles could not ford the cattle. He piled stones into the river to make the water shallower. Heracles then had to kill a monster that was half woman and half serpent. When he finally reached the court of Eurystheus, the cattle were sacrificed to Hera. Poor Heracles. After 8 grueling years and 1 arduous month, during which he performed 10 superhuman labors, his quest for freedom was still not over. The relentless King Eurystheus, ever spiteful and exacting, refused to count 2 of Heracles' feats, the slaying of the Hydra and the cleansing of the Ogygian stables, as properly completed. The 11th labor of Heracles, the golden apples of the Hesperides. For his 11th labor, Heracles was tasked with an extraordinary mission, to retrieve the golden apples from the garden of the Hesperides, the daughters of the night. These apples were no ordinary fruit. They granted immortality to anyone who ate them. The garden's location was a mystery, and to make matters more challenging, they were guarded not only by a 100-headed dragon, named Ladon, but also by the Hesperides, nymphs who were daughters of Atlas, the Titan who held the sky and the earth upon his shoulders. Hercules' first problem was that he didn't know where the garden was. He journeyed through Libya, Egypt, Arabia, and Asia, having adventures along the way. He was stopped by Kynos, the son of the war god Ars, who demanded that Hercules fight him. After the fight was broken up by a thunderbolt, Hercules continued on to Illyria, where he seized the sea god Nereus, who knew the garden's secret location. Nereus transformed himself into all kinds of shapes, trying to escape, but Hercules held tight and didn't release Nereus until he got the information he needed. Continuing on his quest, Hercules was stopped by Antaeus, the son of the sea god Poseidon, who also challenged Hercules to fight. Hercules defeated him in a wrestling match, lifting him off the ground and crushing him, because when Antaeus touched the earth, he became stronger. After that, Hercules met up with Byzarus, another of Poseidon's sons, was captured, and was led to an altar to be a human sacrifice. But Hercules escaped, killing Byzarus, and journeyed on. Hercules came to the rock on Mount Caucasus where Prometheus was chained. Prometheus, a trickster who made fun of the gods and stole the secret of fire from them, was sentenced by Zeus to a horrible fate. He was bound to the mountain, and every day a monstrous eagle came and ate his liver, pecking away at Prometheus' tortured body. After the eagle flew off, Prometheus' liver grew back, and the next day he had to endure the eagle's painful visit all over again. This went on for 30 years, until Hercules showed up and killed the eagle. Grateful for his freedom, Prometheus revealed the location of the garden. He also warned Heracles that no mortal could pluck the golden apples from the tree. Instead, he advised Heracles to seek the help of the Titan Atlas, who lived near the garden. Following Prometheus' advice, Heracles set out to find Atlas. The towering Titan was easy to locate, as he was condemned to hold up the sky for eternity as punishment for his rebellion against the Olympians. Approaching the weary Titan, Heracles explained his quest and proposed a trade. He would temporarily bear the weight of the sky, giving Atlas a much-needed respite if Atlas would fetch the golden apples. Relieved at the prospect of a break from his eternal burden, Atlas agreed. As Atlas transferred the sky onto Heracles' shoulders, the hero felt the immense weight pressing down on him. Even Heracles, with his incredible strength, struggled to bear the sky. His muscles cramped, his body trembled, and he wondered if this labor would be the one to break him. Time passed slowly as Heracles endured the crushing weight. Finally, as the sun began to set, Atlas returned with a basket of golden apples. With a sigh of relief, Heracles thanked Atlas, ready to return the sky to its rightful bearer. However, Atlas, enjoying his newfound freedom, offered to deliver the apples to King Eurystheus himself, proposing to keep the sky off his shoulders indefinitely. Heracles, realizing the Titan's deceit, feigned agreement. He praised Atlas for his offer, but requested that Atlas take back the sky for just a moment, so he could adjust his pelt to cushion his shoulders and head. Unsuspecting, Atlas agreed and took back the weight of the heavens. Seizing the opportunity, Heracles grabbed the apples and swiftly made his exit, leaving the Titan to his eternal duty. As Heracles departed, Atlas roared in fury, his voice shaking the ground for miles. Heracles, undeterred, returned to Mycenae and presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, successfully completing his 11th labor. In the years that followed, Atlas's rage and sorrow turned him to stone, his immense form becoming the Atlas Mountains of North Africa, forever standing as a testament to his eternal burden. There was one final problem. Because they belonged to the gods, the apples could not remain with Eurystheus. After all the trouble Hercules went through to get them, he had to return them to Athena, who took them back to the garden at the northern edge of the world. The 12th labor of Heracles, capturing Cerberus. For his 12th and final labor, Heracles faced the most daunting challenge yet, capturing Cerberus, the ferocious three-headed dog that guarded the gates of the underworld. This fearsome beast, a child of the monsters Typhon and Echidna, was tasked with preventing the dead from leaving and the living from entering. The journey to the underworld was perilous, and the task seemed almost impossible. Before making the trip to the underworld, Hercules decided that he should take some extra precautions. This was, after all, a journey from which no mortal had ever returned. Hercules knew that once in the kingdom of Hades, he might not be allowed to leave and rejoin the living. The hero went to Eleusis and saw Eumolpus, a priest who began what were known as the Eleusinian Mysteries. The mysteries were sacred religious rites which celebrated the myth of Demeter and her daughter Persephone. The ancients believed that those who learned the secrets of the mysteries would have happiness in the underworld. After the hero met a few conditions of membership, Eumolpus initiated Hercules into the mysteries. Hercules went to a place called Taenarum in Laconia. Through a deep, rocky cave, Hercules made his way down to the underworld. He encountered monsters, heroes, and ghosts as he made his way through Hades. Heracles also had the help of Hermes, the usual guide of the underworld, as well as Athena. Then, finally, he found Hades and asked the god for Cerberus. The lord of the underworld, knowing this would anger Hera, who had always scorned Heracles, decided to grant the request, but with strict conditions. He decreed that Heracles must capture Cerberus without the use of any weapons, and once the task was completed, Cerberus must be returned unharmed. Heracles, confident in his strength and determination, agreed to the terms. A weaponless Hercules set off to find Cerberus. Near the gates of Acheron, one of the 5 rivers of the underworld, Hercules encountered Cerberus. With a fearless roar, Heracles launched himself at Cerberus. The struggle was intense, with the beast's 3 heads snapping and its powerful body thrashing. Heracles wrestled with Cerberus for hours, his muscles straining and his breath heavy. The underworld echoed with the sounds of their fierce combat. Finally, Heracles managed to subdue Cerberus, wrapping his arms around the beast's necks and pinning it to the ground. With the mighty dog exhausted and subdued, Heracles seized the chains that bound Cerberus and began the arduous journey back to the realm of the living. Upon reaching the surface, Heracles dragged Cerberus to Mycenae, presenting the fearsome guardian to King Eurystheus. The sight of the monstrous dog sent the king into a terrified frenzy, and he quickly sought refuge in his large storage jar, peeking out only to issue orders. Trembling with fear, Eurystheus acknowledged Heracles' success and agreed to release him from his servitude, granting him pardon for his past crimes. Heracles, filled with joy and relief, had finally atoned for his sins and was a free man. Yet, before embarking on his next adventure, he honored his promise to Hades. He returned Cerberus to the underworld, ensuring the beast was unharmed and ready to resume its duty as the guardian of the gates. With his labors complete, Heracles took time to celebrate and enjoy the pleasures of a free life. He became a well-renowned hero, admired and celebrated wherever he went. The tales of his 12 labors spread far and wide, cementing his legacy as one of the greatest heroes in Greek mythology. With the adventures of Cadmus, Perseus, and Heracles coming to an end, The first age of heroes was drawing to a close, but with the children inspired by their stories now reaching manhood, a new generation of heroes emerged, ready to forge their own legends and make their mark on the world. Jason and the Argonauts' quest for the Golden Fleece would become one of these great legends, with heroes from far and wide embarking on what would become one of the greatest stories in all mythology. Jason, the heir to the city of Iolcus, had been banished from his homeland as a child by his uncle Peleus, a ruthless tyrant who seized power and took the city by force. Raised by Chiron, the teacher of Hercules and other famous heroes, Jason spent 20 years learning athletics, speechcraft, and warfare. When Jason reached manhood and had learned all Chiron had to offer, he set out to reclaim his stolen kingdom. On his journey back to Iolcus, Jason encountered a river with a harsh current, difficult to cross. On his side of the stream sat an old woman unable to pass, and Jason offered to carry her across on his back. In doing so, he lost one of his sandals to the swift current and continued his journey with 1 foot bare. Back in Iolcus, King Peleus had just asked an oracle how he would die and was advised to be wary of a man with 1 sandal. At that moment, Jason arrived at the palace, demanding the kingdom. Seeing Jason with only 1 sandal and hearing the townspeople cheer his return, Peleus realized he couldn't simply have him killed. Instead, he devised a devious plan. He challenged Jason to retrieve the famous golden fleece from Colchis, an item said to be more valuable than anything else on Earth. Peleus promised to forfeit the kingdom if Jason succeeded, certain that Jason would die along the way. With his honor on the line, Jason accepted Peleus's offer. Knowing the dangers ahead, he began to gather the greatest heroes the world had ever seen. Word of Jason's great quest spread, and heroes from across the land flocked to Iolcus to join him. The first to arrive was Hercules, the greatest hero of the land, who offered his incredible strength and skill, having just completed his famous 12 labors. He was joined by Zeus and Calypso, sons of the north wind, who possessed magnificent wings granting them the power of flight. Following close behind were the Dioscuri, Castor, and Pollux, the twin brothers of Helen of Troy. Peleus, the father of Achilles and king of Phthia, also joined, accompanied by his elder brother Telamon, king of Salamis, who had helped Heracles fight the Amazons during his 9th labor. Heroes of the Caledonian boar hunt, Euphemus, Meleager, and Idas, also joined, eager for their next adventure. The last to join was Orpheus, the famous poet whose beautiful singing was known throughout the land. To transport these great heroes, Jason enlisted the help of the legendary shipbuilder Argus. With Athena's assistance, Argus created the Argo, the swiftest and most sturdy ship of its time. Athena placed an enchanted piece of wood at its bow, allowing Jason to communicate with the gods. As they set sail, Jason and his companions named themselves the Argonauts, with Argo meaning swift and nauts meaning sailor in Greek. Heading north, they first arrived at the island of Lemnos, only to discover it was inhabited entirely by women. Years ago, the women had been devoted followers of Aphrodite, but their devotion waned, and her temple fell into ruin. Outraged, Aphrodite cursed the women with a horrible stench, causing their husbands to sleep with female slaves. Feeling betrayed, the women murdered every male inhabitant of the island, including every boy, and spent many years alone until the Argonauts arrived. Seeing the heroes, Aphrodite lifted her curse, allowing the women to greet their visitors. After a year on the island, Heracles reminded the Argonauts of their quest, shaming them into resuming their journey. Continuing east, the Argonauts passed Troy and arrived at Ceos to replace Heracles' broken oar. Heracles' companion Hylas wandered into the wilderness and became lost in a forest. At a beautiful spring, water nymphs fell in love with Hylas and pulled him into the water, making him immortal and trapping him there forever. Heracles searched for Hylas, but could not find him. After days of searching, Heracles returned to the shore, only to find that Jason and the Argonauts had set sail without him. Next, they passed the kingdom of Thrace and navigated through the clashing rocks, a waterway so dangerous that no ship had ever passed through before. Entering the Black Sea, Jason and his crew finally laid eyes on Colchis, their final destination where the Golden Fleece was kept by King Aeetes. Aeetes showed hospitality to the Argonauts, but refused to give up the fleece, knowing it was guarded by the fearsome Colchian dragon. Defeating the dragon seemed impossible, but Hera, queen of the gods, aided Jason. Long ago, Jason had carried an old woman across a river, not knowing she was Hera in disguise. Hera repaid the debt by making Medea, the beautiful daughter of Aeetes, fall in love with Jason. Medea, a powerful witch, gave Jason magical herbs to subdue the dragon. With the herbs, Jason put the beast to sleep and grabbed the golden fleece. With the fleece in hand, Jason and the Argonauts hastily retreated to the ship, with Medea joining them. As morning came, King Aeetes discovered the theft and assembled a fleet to pursue them, led by his son Apsyrtus. Knowing they couldn't outrun the fleet, Medea asked for the Argo to be halted to discuss peace. When Apsyrtus's ship neared, Medea dragged him on board, stabbed him, and dismembered his body, throwing the remains into the sea to delay her grieving father. Using the time bot, the Argonauts sought an escape route. Heading west, they entered the Istros River, sailed for weeks, and reached the Alps. Coming to a dead end, they carried the ship over the mountains by foot, reaching the Rhodanus River and setting sail once again, this time entering the Mediterranean Sea. Sailing on, they heard a beautiful melody as their ship passed the home of the Sirens, irresistible creatures that lured sailors to their deaths with bewitching songs. Orpheus, the famous poet, took out his lyre and began to play beautiful songs, louder and louder, drowning out the sirens' call. Only when they had safely passed did Orpheus put down his lyre, with all the men on board cheering and thanking him for saving their lives. Heading back to Greece, their next stop was the island of Scheria, home to the Phaeacians, a kind people who welcomed them with open arms. After facing so many dangers, they rested on the island for a few weeks. During this time, Jason and Medea hosted a great wedding, celebrating their union. Now married, they set sail once again, finally heading home to Greece. As they neared home, the Argonauts decided to take one final rest on the island of Crete. However, unknown to them, the island was home to Talos, a bronze giant who patrolled the shore 3 times each day, destroying any ship that approached. Powerless against the giant, the Argonauts ran in terror, finding nowhere to hide on the beach. But Medea, using her magic, identified Talos' one weakness, a large bronze nail in his ankle that prevented his divine blood from pouring out. Stopping the giant, Medea told Talos that she was a powerful witch and could make him immortal if he followed her instructions. Talos, never having talked to a human, was easily tricked and pulled out the nail. With his blood pouring out, Talos fell to the ground, never to torment travelers again. With the giant defeated, the Argonauts boarded their ship and soon reached the kingdom of Iolcus. After many years of travel, and with the golden fleece in hand, Jason was finally ready to reclaim his homeland. Arriving in the city, Jason learned that King Peleus had put his father to death during his absence. Revenge was now the only thing on his mind. Approaching the king with the golden fleece, Jason demanded that the kingdom be rightfully transferred to him. However, Peleus, not honoring his word, refused and asked Jason to leave. Realizing the king would never give up his throne, Medea devised a cunning plan. She invited the king's daughters to attend and chopped an old ram into pieces, boiling it in a cauldron for all to see. Using her magic, the ram came back to life, jumping out of the cauldron with its youth restored. Peleus' daughters, seeing their father grow old and weary just as the ram had, desired him to be rejuvenated as well. When Medea told them she could perform the same magic on the king, their faces lit up with joy. Sneaking into Peleus' room when all were asleep, they chopped their father into pieces and threw him in the cauldron, eagerly awaiting Medea's return the next morning. But upon seeing the king butchered by his own daughters, all Medea could do was laugh, her cunning plan having worked perfectly. With Peleus now dead, Jason was ready to take the throne. However, The king's son Acastus discovered Medea's involvement in the gruesome murder and drove her and Jason from the city. Traveling south, Jason and Medea found a new home in the city of Corinth. Jason took the golden fleece and hung it in the temple of Zeus, leaving his life of adventure behind. They created a new family, having many children together. However, as the years went by, Jason's eyes began to wander. Craving the fame and fortune of his youth, he sought a wife who could elevate his social status, abandoning Medea and his family to marry Princess Creusa. Betrayed and heartbroken, having murdered her own brother to help Jason, Medea swore revenge. She sent a magic robe to Creusa as a wedding gift. As soon as the robe touched her skin, Creusa's flesh began to burn, and she let out a scream of agony. Her elderly father attempted to save her, but upon touching the robe, he too began to burn. The pair died together in front of Jason's tearful eyes. Horrified at the death of his new wife, Jason, knowing who had sent the cursed robe, drew his sword and rushed to confront Medea. Upon finding her, he discovered the true extent of her rage. At her feet lay the dead bodies of their two sons, Alcmenes and Tisander, with blood still dripping from the dagger Medea had used to kill them. Dropping to his knees, Jason began to weep as Medea flew off in the chariot of her grandfather, the sun god Helios. Her final act of revenge complete, she disappeared into the sky. Jason went on to live the rest of his life as a lonely man, never finding love and producing no more children. Clinging to the memories of his youth, he often visited the Argo, which had been deserted on the shore. Many years passed, and Jason, now an old man, lay under the ship. One day, as he was resting, the rotting stern collapsed, crushing him beneath it. The ship that had once brought him fame and fortune was now the very thing that brought his life to an end. As for Medea, she fled to the city of Athens, gaining refuge and using her beauty to seduce King Zeus. Becoming queen, she bore him a son, but her rise to power was soon challenged when the city's rightful heir, the great hero Theseus, returned to claim the throne. The tragic fate of Heracles. Our story begins shortly after Heracles married his third wife, Deianira. As they traveled through Aetolia, they came to the river Evenus, where a centaur named Nessus served as a ferryman, helping those who needed to cross the fast-flowing river. Deianira climbed onto the centaur's back, and he carried her across the river. However, Deianira's beauty awakened Nessus's savage nature, and he decided to abduct her for his own desires. While Heracles remained on the far bank, Nessus tried to run off with Deianira still on his back. Deianira's screams alerted Heracles to the situation, and he quickly notched an arrow and let it fly. The arrow struck Nessus, and since Heracles' arrows were dipped in the poisonous blood of the Lernaean Hydra, the poison soon coursed through the centaur's body. Knowing his death was imminent, Nessus plotted his revenge. Before Heracles could cross the river, Nessus convinced Deianira that his blood-stained cloak was a powerful love token. He told her that if Heracles wore it, his love for her would be reignited. Deianira, already insecure about Heracles' fidelity, kept the tunic of Nessus among her possessions without telling Heracles about the centaur's words. Years passed, and Deianira's insecurity resurfaced when she learned that Heracles was returning home with the beautiful Iole, princess of Oechalia, as his concubine. Fearing she was about to be replaced in Heracles' affections, Deianira remembered Nessus's words and retrieved the tunic. Deianira then gave the tunic to the herald Lycus, instructing him to give it to Heracles as a new shirt. Believing it to be an ordinary garment, Heracles donned the tunic, but the poison from the Hydra's blood immediately began to seep into his body. Racked with pain, Heracles threw Lycus to his death from a cliff, believing the herald was responsible for his poisoning. Heracles' skin began to peel from his bones, and he realized he was dying. In desperation, Heracles tore up trees and built his own funeral pyre on Mount Oeta. He asked every passerby to light the pyre, but none were willing until Poeas, the king of Melibea, came by. Poeas was an old comrade of Heracles, as both had been Argonauts. Poeas agreed to light the pyre, and as a reward, Heracles gave him his bow and arrows, which were later inherited by Poeas' son, Philoctetes. At the moment of his death, Zeus performed the apotheosis of Heracles, as it had been agreed that for his assistance in the gigantomachy, Zeus's son would be made a god. Athena was dispatched to transport Heracles to Mount Olympus on her chariot. Heracles was now a god of the Greek pantheon and a physical protector of Mount Olympus. He married for the 4th time, taking Hebe, the daughter of Zeus and Hera, as his new wife. With his labors becoming legendary, Zeus eventually cast his son, Heracles, up into the stars. To this day, Heracles can still be seen as a constellation, shining eternally among the stars. When Theseus arrived in Athens, he found that Medea, his father's new queen, had already borne the king a son named Medes, who was next in line to the throne. Fearing that Theseus would claim his birthright and deprive her own son of the throne, Medea began to scheme against him. Upon Theseus' arrival at the palace, Medea informed him that the only way he would be granted an audience with the king was to prove his skill as a warrior. She sent him to fight the bull of Marathon, the mad creature that Heracles had wrestled and brought to Greece during his 7th labor. Instead of dying as Medea had hoped, Theseus used his great strength to kill the bull with ease, returning to Athens triumphant. Shocked at his success, Medea then attempted to kill Theseus by handing him a cup of poisoned wine as he approached the king. But as Theseus went to drink it, Aegeus recognized the sword and sandals that the young man was wearing as the same ones he had hidden under a rock all those years ago. He knocked the cup from Theseus' hand, saving his life. Realizing Medea's deception, Aegeus banished her from the city and embraced Theseus as his rightful heir. Expelled from yet another city, Medea returned to Colchis, where she reconciled with her father Aeetes, restoring him as the king of Colchis and living out the rest of her days at the edge of the known world. After living in Athens for some time, Theseus learned that the city was in deep trouble. Years ago, Athens had fought a war against King Minos of Crete, a war they lost. To save the city, King Aegeus signed a treaty with Minos, binding him to send 7 boys and 7 girls to Crete every 9 years to be fed to the Minotaur, a half-man, half-bull creature that lived in a labyrinth beneath Minos' palace. Appalled by the treaty, Theseus immediately volunteered to be one of the next tributes, hoping to slay the Minotaur and end the suffering of his people. Aegeus begged him not to go, but seeing he could not change Theseus' mind, he gave his blessing, asking that if Theseus returned successful, he should change his black sails to white, signaling his survival. Theseus embarked on his voyage to Crete, where the infamous Minotaur awaited. Upon arrival, he attracted the eye of King Minos' daughter, Ariadne, who quickly fell in love with him. Wanting to protect Theseus, Ariadne approached him before he entered the Minotaur's lair, offering him a ball of thread to trace his path back to the labyrinth's entrance. All she asked in return was that Theseus take her with him to Athens, a deal he happily accepted. Entering the labyrinth, Theseus tied the thread to the entrance and began his descent, navigating the dark, winding paths. He had been warned by Ariadne that the true threat was not the Minotaur but the labyrinth itself, so vast and complex that all who entered never made it out alive. Most starved to death in the labyrinth's endless twists and turns. After hours of travel, Theseus reached the center, where the Minotaur lay in wait. The two engaged in an intense and brutal fight. It was the most difficult battle Theseus had ever faced, but his speed and agility triumphed. Grabbing his sword, he managed to stab the beast in the throat. Never again would Athens have to endure the sacrifice of its children. Following the thread back to the entrance, Theseus found Ariadne and the 13 other Athenian sacrifices waiting for him. They greeted him with cheers, and the group escaped the island, beginning the voyage back to Athens. Caught up in his excitement over slaying the legendary Minotaur, Theseus grew distant from Ariadne, no longer needing her help. Along the way, they stopped to rest on the island of Dia. When Ariadne fell asleep, Theseus boarded his ship, leaving her stranded. Realizing she had been used and that Theseus had no intention of marrying her, Ariadne was left crying on the island's shores, almost at the brink of starvation. The god Dionysus found her and brought her to Olympus as his wife. As Athens appeared on the horizon, Theseus could think of nothing but the fame he would receive upon telling his heroic story. Overcome with excitement, he forgot to change his black sails to white, as his father had requested. When King Aegeus saw the ship sailing back with black sails, he believed his son was dead. In his grief, he threw himself from a tall cliff into the waters below, which would become known as the Aegean Sea in his honor. Upon his return home, Theseus mourned his father deeply. After the mourning period, he was crowned the king of Athens, with his rule being celebrated by the Athenian people. His reign brought prosperity and strength to the city. Theseus' adventures did not end with his coronation. He joined Hercules in his fight against the Amazons, showcasing his bravery and skill in battle. He also helped Oedipus in his time of need, offering support and wisdom. These deeds further solidified his status as one of the greatest heroes of his age. Daedalus, a famous architect and inventor, was revered across all of Greece. King Minos of Crete tasked him with constructing a labyrinth so complex that no one could ever escape it. However, when Theseus escaped the labyrinth with ease, thanks to the string Ariadne had gifted him, King Minos was furious. In his rage, he imprisoned Daedalus and his son Icarus deep within their own creation. The labyrinth was so well constructed that even Daedalus could not find a way out. Turning to his imagination, he concluded that the only way out was up. Combining feathers with wax, he constructed 2 great pairs of wings for himself and his son. Although the wings would let them escape, he warned Icarus that they were extremely delicate and that flying too high would cause them to break. Flying side by side in the sky, Icarus was soon overcome with excitement, ignoring his father's warning. Higher and higher he flew, soaring over the ocean below. But the sun's hot rays began to take a toll on the wings, melting the wax that held them together. One by one, the feathers fell out, until finally Icarus plummeted into the sea. On the western edge of Greece lay the city of Calydon, destined to become the site of the greatest gathering of heroes since the voyage of Jason and the Argonauts. Ruling the city were King Aeneas and Queen Althea, who had a son named Meleager. Yet unknown to King Aeneas, Meleager was actually the son of the war god Ares, who had secretly slept with his wife, an affair that drew the attention of the 3 fates, the goddesses who decide the destiny of each mortal. At the moment of Meleager's birth, the fates appeared, finding the baby lying next to a freshly lit fire. Pointing to a large log amidst the flames, they sang a song of Meleager's fate. To you, O newborn child, we grant a gift, to live until this wood turns to ash. Overhearing the prophecy, Meleager's mother, Queen Althea, ran to the fire, quickly dousing it with water and picking up the large log that now controlled the life of her son. Wanting to keep it safe, she traveled back to her palace and secured the log in a chest, out of reach from those wishing to harm her son. Almost 2 decades later, Meleager had become an Argonaut, joining Jason on his quest to retrieve the Golden Fleece and return to Greece as a hero. But when he traveled back to visit his family in Calydon, he found his homeland nearly destroyed. His father, King Aeneas, had been blessed by the god Dionysus with a fruitful harvest. With abundant crops to feed his people, the king became arrogant, forgetting to worship the goddess Artemis, who oversaw all of nature. Furious, she sent a great and powerful boar to ravage the countryside, an enormous beast that destroyed towns, trampled crops, and killed any who were unfortunate enough to cross its path. With the boar destroying his kingdom, King Aeneas sent messenger birds to every corner of Greece, inviting the greatest heroes of the land to take part in a hunt to slay the beast. Leading the expedition was his own son, Meleager, with over 50 other warriors answering the call. The first to join were Meleager's trusted companions, the Argonauts, who had just returned to Greece. Jason, Euphemus, and Idas, along with Peleus, Telamon, and the Dioscuri, all traveled to Calydon to take part. Next came Theseus, the king of Athens and slayer of the Minotaur, and Iolaus, the nephew of Hercules who had helped his uncle slay the Lernaean Hydra during his second labor. They were joined by Nestor, the king of Pylos and wisest of the Greeks, alongside Laertes, the father of the famous hero Odysseus. With all assembled to begin the hunt, one final member chose to join. But unlike the rest, Atalanta, a skilled huntress and the only woman in the group, came to claim the boar as her prize. Born to a king wishing for a son, baby Atalanta was left in the wilderness to die. Yet, she was nursed and protected by a bear, surviving long enough to be found and raised by a pair of hunters. Growing up in the wild, Atalanta learned to hunt, becoming a devoted follower of the goddess Artemis. By adulthood, Atalanta was one of the greatest archers in the land, able to fight, run, and shoot better than almost any man. Hearing of the expedition gathering to slay the Caledonian Boar, Atalanta was eager to join, wishing to win glory and prove her worth as a hunter. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by mockery and contempt, with warriors bursting into uncontrollable laughter at the thought of a woman wishing to hunt. Only one remained silent. Meleager, after setting his eyes upon her, had fallen deeply in love and argued with his companions until they finally agreed to let her join. With all prepared, the hunt began. Setting out into the countryside, the party easily tracked the boar, as it left an unmistakable trail of destruction and carnage in its wake. They soon found the boar stampeding through the woods. Surrounding it, the hunters moved to strike, but the beast rushed forward, impaling one man on its tusks and trampling another beneath its heavy hooves. Panicking, the men attacked the creature, adding to the chaos, with one man killed by a stray javelin. Amidst the madness, Atalanta kept a leveled head, raising her bow and letting fly an iron-tipped arrow that struck the boar in the throat. The beast squealed in pain, giving Meleager the opportunity to rush forward with his spear, finishing off the boar with a strike through the heart. With the boar defeated, a great cheer erupted among the hunters, all praising Meleager for delivering the killing blow. But Meleager refused to take credit, insisting that Atalanta take the boar's hide as a prize, as she had delivered the first blow. The suggestion caused outrage among the hunters, with Meleager's uncles, Toxius and Plexippus, voicing their disgust. They insisted that if Meleager did not want the prize, the boar's hide should belong to them. Enraged by their comments and blinded by his love for Atalanta, Meleager drew his sword and struck down both of his uncles. Shocked at the bloodshed, the hunters began their return to Calydon, with word soon reaching Queen Althea that her two brothers had died at the hands of her son. In a moment of grief and anger, Queen Althea rushed to retrieve the chest containing the log she had hidden all those years ago. Throwing it into the fire, she watched with tears in her eyes as the log that kept her son alive was consumed by the flames. Instantly, Meleager began to scream, twisting in agony and falling to the floor, taking his last breath as the log turned to ash. Realizing what she had done, Queen Althea desperately tried to remove the log from the fire, but it was too late. Overcome with grief, she took her own life, knowing she had killed her own son. With the Caledonian boar hunt ending in tragedy, the heroes began to disperse. But for Atalanta, more adventures lay ahead. After her role in slaying the Caledonian boar, Atalanta's name became known across Greece, with suitors from far and wide coming to try and claim her hand in marriage. But Atalanta, wanting to continue her life of adventure, devised a clever way to reject them all. She declared that she would only marry the man who could beat her in a foot race. Suitor after suitor tried to win, but all failed, with Atalanta confident that no man alive could match her speed. One day, however, she was challenged by a suitor who was different from the rest, a young man named Hippomenes. He knew full well that he had no chance of beating her. The night before the race, he visited the Temple of Aphrodite and prayed for assistance. In response, the goddess gifted him 3 golden apples, so beautiful that no mortal could resist the urge to take them. When the race began and Atalanta quickly took the lead, Hippomenes threw one of the apples onto the ground ahead of them. Enchanted by the sight of it, Atalanta halted and reached down to pick up the apple. But she soon resumed the race, forcing Hippomenes to throw yet another apple to slow her down. With the finish line in sight and Hippomenes barely maintaining his lead, he threw the third and final apple far across the track, forcing Atalanta to veer off the path in pursuit. Hippomenes' plan worked. He achieved what no man had done before, finally beating Atalanta and claiming her hand in marriage. The two wed and had a son, with Atalanta falling in love with her new husband. But in his excitement over winning the race, Hippomenes forgot to offer a sacrifice to thank Aphrodite for providing him with the golden apples. In revenge, Aphrodite caused Atalanta and Hippomenes to lay together in a sacred temple of Zeus. The king of the gods punished the couple by transforming them into lions. The ancient Greeks believed that male and female lions could not mate, and that lion cubs came exclusively from the union of lions and leopards. Thus, the couple was forever doomed to wander the earth, always together, but unable to share the joys of intimacy again. With the Caledonian boar hunt having come to an end, a new generation of heroes was rising. But for Zeus, too many demigods still roamed the earth, and he believed there should be a greater distinction between gods and mortals. He set in motion a series of events that would lead to a war, the greatest war the world had ever seen, that would rid the earth of many of his descendants. Across the sea, from the great cities of Greece, the most powerful kingdom of them all reigned, Troy. Its famous walls, said to be indestructible, were built by the gods themselves. The city was ruled by King Priam and Queen Hecuba, who were deeply loved and respected by their people. Priam had 50 sons and 50 daughters, but the most admired of them all was Prince Hector, Troy's greatest warrior. Hector, the eldest son of Priam, was a brave and honorable warrior, devoted to his homeland and committed to his family. He loved none more than his wife, Andromache, and his son, Astyanax, for whom he would sacrifice anything to protect. However, Hector's sister Cassandra was the least fortunate of Priam's children. She caught the eye of the god Apollo, who gave her the gift of prophecy in an attempt to seduce her. When she rejected him, Apollo cursed Cassandra in a jealous rage, making it so none would ever believe her prophecies. Then there was Paris, the brother of Hector and Cassandra, who was raised away from his family. Before his birth, Hecuba received a prophecy revealing that her unborn son was destined to bring destruction to Troy. Unable to kill the child herself, she instructed a local shepherd to complete the task. But just like Hecuba, the shepherd could not harm the helpless infant, and instead raised Paris and secreted a decision that would change the course of history. The shepherd's misguided generosity alone would not bring about the prophecy. Across the seas in the city of Sparta, Zeus had fallen in love with Queen Leda. Transforming himself into a magnificent swan, Zeus lay with the queen, who soon gave birth to 2 eggs. Out of the eggs hatched 2 sons, Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, who later joined the famous Argonauts, and 2 daughters, Clytemnestra and Helen. Helen grew up to become the most beautiful woman in the world. Zeus' grand plan was now in motion. When Helen came of age, almost every man attempted to win her hand in marriage. The greatest warriors, richest warlords, and even Greece's princes traveled great distances to reach Sparta, including Odysseus of Ithaca, Agamemnon of Mycenae, and Ajax of Salamis. Knowing her decision would lead to the rejection of many powerful men, Helen worried that bloodshed would likely follow. To prevent conflict, Odysseus of Ithaca made each suitor swear an oath to protect her chosen husband. With the threat of violence gone, Helen chose Prince Menelaus of Mycenae, and the two soon married, becoming the king and queen of Sparta. Disappointed, the other suitors peacefully returned home, but unknown to them, their oath to defend King Menelaus, Helen's chosen husband, would be the very thing that would draw them into one of the greatest wars the world had ever seen. High on Mount Olympus, another marriage was taking place. The parents of Achilles, Thetis, the goddess of water, and Peleus, a former Argonaut and king of Phthia, were invited to Olympus to celebrate their union. Hosting a grand feast, they invited all the gods and heroes from across the land, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord and strife, who brought chaos wherever she went. Hurt by her exclusion, Eris decided to attend the wedding anyway, bringing with her a gift that would sow the seeds of conflict among the gods. The gift was a golden apple inscribed with one simple phrase, "To the most beautiful." She threw the apple among the goddesses of Olympus, knowing their vanity would lead to conflict. Soon, Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite were all fighting, each claiming the apple should be awarded to them. Unable to decide, they turned to Zeus, who saw an opportunity to further his grand plan. Instead of deciding himself, Zeus gave the responsibility to a mortal. The man he chose was a humble shepherd known for his fair judgment, none other than Prince Paris of Troy, who had been raised as a shepherd in his exile. The three goddesses approached Paris, each offering him a different gift in return for his vote. Hera offered to make him king of Europe and Asia. Athena promised unrivaled skill in war, but Aphrodite, knowing the young man's desires, promised to give him the most beautiful woman in the world an offer he could not refuse. Paris gave the apple to Aphrodite, who then told him to travel to Sparta, where she would use her magic to make Queen Helen, whose beauty knew no equal, fall in love with him. Following Aphrodite's instructions, Paris traveled to Sparta and met Helen. The two quickly fell in love. Taking Helen's hand, Paris and his men fought through the ranks of Spartan guards, who tried to stop her abduction, but it was to no avail. They boarded his ship and began the long voyage back to Troy. Arriving home, Paris was recognized by his father, King Priam, who welcomed him with open arms. Awed by Helen's beauty, the entire palace tried to catch a glimpse of her, overjoyed to see the new princess of Troy. However, amidst the excitement, two were deeply concerned with her arrival. Prince Hector was furious with his brother, warning that his naive and lustful actions would bring war to the shores of Troy. But while Hector's words were harsh, it was their sister Cassandra who had the worst reaction. Shrieking in despair, she prophesied that Helen's arrival would lead to the fall of Troy itself. But cursed by Apollo, no one heeded her warning, dismissing her prophecies as mad ravings. Returning to Sparta from a funeral in Crete, Menelaus was informed that his wife Helen had been abducted, with the ship heading towards Troy. Enraged, he raised his armies to attack the Trojans, calling upon all of Helen's suitors to honor their oaths and join him in the conflict. Men of their word, they answered his call, and soon the greatest warriors from across Greece were assembling to return Helen home to Sparta. The first to join Menelaus was his brother, Agamemnon. As the most powerful Greek king, Agamemnon ruled over Mycenae, an ally of Sparta, with the wealthiest kingdom and the largest army. When the time for war came, it was Agamemnon who commanded Greece's mighty fleet. Next to join were the suitors of Helen, who had pledged their allegiance to defend Menelaus. Kings Nestor, Diomedes, and Odysseus, the wisest of the Greeks, all honored their word. Alongside these powerful kings were Greece's best warriors: Achilles, Patroclus, Ajax the Greater, and Ajax the Lesser all answered the call. Prince of Phthia, Achilles, was the greatest warrior to have ever lived. His support ensured victory in any conflict. Achilles was invulnerable to attacks, and without his assistance, the conquest of Troy was unthinkable. After his birth, his mother, the water goddess Thetis, took Achilles to the underworld, submerging him into the river Styx, whose waters granted immortality. However, as she held him by the heel, that part of his body remained vulnerable. With the greatest fighters from across Greece now assembled, Agamemnon commanded a mighty fleet of hundreds of ships. But as they set sail for Troy, they found themselves unable to move. The waters calmed, and the ocean's winds ceased. Agamemnon, having killed a sacred deer, had offended the goddess Artemis, who had stolen the winds to prevent their departure. Anxious to reach Troy, Agamemnon consulted a prophet on how to restore the winds. The prophet revealed that Agamemnon would have to sacrifice the one dearest to him, his eldest daughter, Iphigenia. With thousands of men waiting idly in their ships, Agamemnon's pride could not stand such a delay. Claiming that Achilles wanted her hand in marriage, Agamemnon lured his daughter to his camp. Iphigenia arrived in excitement, But as she approached what she thought was a wedding altar, she realized it was a sacrificial shrine. Her father plunged his dagger into her heart, appeasing Artemis, who released the winds. Now setting sail, the fleet soon reached their enemy's mighty city, but awaiting them was the greatest army Troy had to offer. The son of Aphrodite and cousin to the royal family, Aeneas joined the fight to protect his homeland. Troy did not fight alone, as Priam called upon his allies, the Lycians and the Amazons, who came to his aid. Lycia was led by Sarpedon, the son of Zeus and grandson of Bellerophon, and Glaucus, a legendary warrior who led the Lycian armies into battle. They fought alongside the Amazons, fierce warrior women, led by Penthesilea, a daughter of Ars, who could fight better than almost any man. Both sides possessed the best warriors and leaders of their age, and the gods, too, were divided by the war. Still furious at not being given the apple by Paris, Hera and Athena chose to support the Greeks. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, having gifted Helen to the Trojans, supported them. The patron of Troy, Apollo, came to the defense of his city, while Poseidon, jealous that the Trojans worshipped Apollo and not him, after they had both built the city's walls, decided to join the Greeks. Finally, Ars, lured by the promise of battle and wanting to best his sister Athena, joined the side of the Trojans to cause as much bloodshed as possible. For 9 years, the Achaeans attacked Troy in wave after wave, failing to breach the city's impenetrable walls. With resources running short, Achilles led Greece's armies south, searching for supplies, gold, and women. They first took the island of Lesbos before landing on the shores of Asia Minor, pillaging towns and cities as they made their way back to Troy. From the cities of Lyrnessus and Hypoplasia, the Greeks took many beautiful women as slaves, with Briseis awarded to Achilles and Chryses given to Agamemnon, 2 women who had changed the course of the war. Having taken Chryses as a concubine, Agamemnon fell deeply in love with her. However, her father, a priest of Apollo, was not happy with his daughter being taken as a slave and traveled to Agamemnon's camp. He offered gold and silver in exchange for his daughter, but Agamemnon refused, taunting the old man by pointing at Chryses' chain to his bed. Apollo, disgusted by the treatment of his priest, sent a plague of arrows upon the Greek armies, refusing to relent until Chryses was returned home. Agamemnon, having no other choice, agreed to let her go, with Odysseus reuniting Chryses with her father. But with his concubine now gone, Agamemnon sought to satisfy his desires by turning to Briseis, the slave girl of Achilles. If he had to go without his prize, so too would his greatest warrior. Stealing her from Achilles' tent, Agamemnon declared Briseis his own, enraging Achilles. Demanding her return, Achilles was laughed at by the king, causing him to draw his sword in frustration. But the goddess Athena descended from the heavens, holding his arm in place and warning against such an impulsive action. Heeding the goddess's advice, Achilles put down his sword and refused to serve a king who treated him with such disrespect. Returning to his tent, the Greek armies had to fight on without his assistance. For a time, the Greeks managed to fight without Achilles, but the losses on both sides began to take their toll. Hector realized this was his only opportunity to win the war and bid his family farewell. With his wife and son crying in his arms, he knew this could be the last time he would see them. But for Troy to survive, he had to fight. Emerging from Troy's mighty walls, Hector rallied his men, pushing the Greeks back to their ships. Without Achilles' assistance, they were no match for Hector. Even on the verge of defeat, with his men dying around him, Achilles refused to rejoin the fight. Taking matters into his own hands, his best friend Patroclus donned Achilles' iconic armor and charged into battle. Seeing what appeared to be Achilles rejoining the fight, fear swept through the Trojan forces, who began to flee back to the safety of the city's walls. Seeing his army crumbling, Hector made a final stand, charging at Patroclus and striking him dead with a single blow. Shocked at how easily Greece's finest warrior had been defeated, Hector removed Achilles' helmet, only to realize he had not killed Achilles at all. The Greek armies rushed to claim Patroclus' body, fighting off the Trojans and bringing him back to their camp. Achilles was distraught when he saw his best friend dead. Contemplating ending his own life, Achilles was comforted by his mother, Thetis. Seeing her son in distress, Thetis went to Olympus and retrieved a new set of armor from the forge of Hephaestus, placing it on Achilles when she returned. With his new armor, Achilles' grief turned to revenge, with the destruction of Hector and Troy the only things on his mind. Seeing the real Achilles charging towards him, Hector ran in fear, chased around Troy's walls 3 times before being caught. Unable to run further, Hector made a final stand. Charging at Achilles, he missed with his final swing and fell. Refusing to beg for his life, Hector asked only that Achilles treat his body with respect, so his family could properly mourn. Still enraged, Achilles plunged his spear into Hector's neck, bringing a swift end to his life. Tying Hector's legs to the back of his chariot, Achilles dragged his corpse around the city, parading his body while Hector's family watched from the walls above. It was too much for Hector's father, King Priam, to bear. As nightfall came, Priam approached Achilles in his camp, begging for his son's body to be returned. Moved by the king's words, which reminded him of his own grief after Patroclus' death, Achilles gave in and allowed Priam to take Hector's body. Arriving back in Troy, the entire city gathered to mourn their great hero. None felt the pain more than Hector's wife, Andromache, and his son, Astyanax, who clung to his body as it passed through Troy's somber streets. With Hector gone, all hope was lost within the city, and with Achilles closing in, the end seemed near. Slaughtering the Trojans one by one, he made his way to the gates of Troy. But as he went to scale the city walls, he felt a sharp pain in his heel. Guided by Apollo, Paris had shot Achilles with a poisoned arrow in his only mortal spot. Dropping to the floor with poison coursing through his veins, Achilles' skin turned white as snow as he took his final breath. But Paris did not live long enough to enjoy his victory, for the Greeks hunted him down and took their revenge. With their greatest heroes gone, each side fell into despair, especially the Greeks, who saw no way to penetrate Troy's great walls without Achilles' strength. But there was one Greek who did not give up hope, Odysseus. He devised a cunning plan, so genius that its story would echo throughout the ages. Constructing a giant wooden horse, Odysseus hollowed out the inside, making enough room for himself and a handful of Greece's best warriors to be hidden within. When the next day dawned, the Trojans awoke to find a great horse outside their walls. Seeing the Greek camp dismantled and their ships sailing off into the horizon, a great cheer erupted throughout the city, celebrating the end of the war. Mesmerized by its beauty and believing the horse to be a peace offering, the Trojans decided to bring it within their walls. But there was one who was not fooled by the gift. Cassandra, claiming it was a trap, urged the Trojans to burn the horse, but once again, she was ignored, and the entire city laughed and ridiculed her. That night, when all were asleep, Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes, and Ajax began to pour out of the horse. Killing the guards, they opened Troy's gates from within and signaled with fire for the rest of the Greek fleet to return. The Trojans awoke to their city ablaze, with Greek warriors flooding through the streets, looting homes, and slaughtering any remaining defenders. With his entire city burning before his eyes, Priam, the king of Troy, met his end as Pyrrhus, the son of Achilles, plunged his dagger into the old man's defenseless body. Leaving the king's body among his fallen men, Pyrrhus headed to the royal chambers, where he found Hector's wife and son. Taking Astyanax from his mother's arms, he threw the infant to its death from the city walls before taking his mother, Andromache, into slavery, where she would serve as his concubine. After 10 long years of war, Troy's famous walls had finally been breached. With its king now gone and its great heroes defeated, Troy lay at the mercy of the Greeks. Fleeing from the streets of Troy, Cassandra found refuge in the Temple of Athena, watching in fear as her fellow citizens were slaughtered before her eyes. Unfortunately, the Greek warrior Ajax, the lesser, spotted Cassandra hiding and soon entered the temple, violating her in front of Athena's statue. Disgusted by the act performed in her sacred temple, Athena struck Ajax's ship with a bolt of lightning as he boarded, causing him to fall into the sea, where Poseidon dragged him to a watery grave. But for Cassandra, things only got worse. With Ajax gone, Agamemnon claimed her as his concubine, and a terrible fate awaited them as they traveled to his home in Mycenae. Of the few Trojans to escape, the most significant was Aeneas. Leading a small group of survivors out of the burning city, they crossed the Mediterranean, eventually landing on the shores of Italy. Beginning a new life, Aeneas and his followers populated the land, with his descendants Romulus and Remus founding a new city called Rome. Finally reunited with Helen, Menelaus returned home to Sparta, where the two ruled as king and queen once again. When their time came, they passed on to the next world, spending eternity on the Isle of the Blessed. Out of all the heroes to return from Troy, Agamemnon faced one of the worst fates of all, with his son, Orestes, suffering the terrible consequences of his father's actions. Returning home to Mycenae, Agamemnon received a hero's welcome as he entered the city, parading the wealth and women he had taken from Troy. He was most fond of Cassandra, the Trojan princess who was now his unwilling captive, keeping her at the front of the procession for all to see. However, Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, was not pleased with her husband lying with another woman. In a jealous rage, she grabbed an axe and butchered Cassandra that evening. But Cassandra was not the only one to feel Clytemnestra's wrath. Never having forgiven Agamemnon for sacrificing their daughter, Iphigenia, to restore the winds, Clytemnestra now sought her revenge. Waiting until Agamemnon had fallen asleep, she sneaked into his bedchamber and plunged her dagger into his heart, inflicting upon him the same gruesome death he had inflicted upon their daughter. With her husband now dead, Clytemnestra took the throne of Mycenae. However, Agamemnon's murder would not be forgotten. His son, Orestes, was keen to avenge his father's death. Storming into the palace, Orestes took his sword and thrust its blade into his mother's chest, ending Clytemnestra's life with her last and final breath. But as soon as he did so, Orestes was overcome with a deep sense of regret. He had avenged his father, but in doing so, he had committed an unspeakable act, one that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Looking up with tears in his eyes, Orestes was shocked to see three terrifying creatures flying towards him. The Furies, the three sisters of vengeance, had risen from the underworld to punish him for the murder of his mother. It was their duty to haunt those who brought violence and death against their own family. Haunted by the Furies for many years, they drove Orestes to the brink of insanity. It was only through the intervention of Athena that he finally found peace once again. There was one last hero who had yet to return home from Troy. Odysseus, the most cunning of the Greeks, faced a grueling 10-year journey filled with the most terrifying creatures known to man. Odysseus ruled over the Greek island of Ithaca, but had spent 10 long years fighting in Troy to retrieve the Spartan Queen Helen. Now, with his mission complete, Odysseus was eager to return to his homeland, where his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus awaited. Gathering his fleet of ships on the Trojan shores, Odysseus set sail, relieved to finally be heading home. As they navigated the seas, the fleet sailed south around the shores of Greece before turning north towards Ithaca. As Odysseus and his brave crew navigated the treacherous seas, they found themselves pushed off course by relentless winds, veering toward an enigmatic land inhabited by the Lotus Eaters. The island, shrouded in a tranquil, almost otherworldly haze, beckoned to the weary travelers with its serene landscapes and lush vegetation. Curiosity led Odysseus and a few of his men to venture ashore, eager to explore this new territory. While Odysseus scouted the area, some of his crew mingled with the hospitable natives who offered them a peculiar, yet enticing, local delicacy, the lotus flower. Innocent in appearance, the flowers exuded a sweet fragrance that promised rest and respite from their arduous journey. Unbeknownst to them, the lotus flowers held a sinister secret. The moment they consumed the delicate petals, a profound drowsiness overcame them. Their minds clouded, and the weight of their responsibilities, their memories of Ithaca, and the faces of their loved ones began to fade into obscurity. The men, entranced by the intoxicating effects of the lotus, sank into a blissful stupor, their previous determination replaced by a fervent desire to remain on the island forever, indulging in the hypnotic blooms. Odysseus soon discovered the plight of his men. As he returned to the shore, he found them sprawled on the soft grass, eyes glazed over, their expressions serene but vacant. Desperation gripped his heart as he realized the peril they faced not from a monstrous foe or raging tempest, but from a simple yet potent flower that had the power to unravel their very will. Summoning all his strength, Odysseus, with the help of the few unaffected men, began the arduous task of dragging the entranced crew members back to the ship. The hypnotic spell of the lotus was so strong that the men resisted, clinging to the ground, pleading to stay in this newfound paradise. With great effort, they were carried aboard, their limbs bound to the masts to prevent any attempts to escape back to the lotus-laden shores. Once the ship set sail, the spell began to wear off, but the men remained disoriented, their minds foggy with remnants of the lotus's enchantment. Odysseus, ever the cunning and resolute leader, stayed vigilant, ensuring they stayed on course, far from the alluring yet treacherous land of the Lotus Eaters. Just as they neared home, a great storm erupted, blowing them off course towards a large unknown island. Seeking refuge from the raging seas, they stopped on the island, where they soon spotted a shepherd's camp in the distance. Odysseus, ever the leader, handpicked a small group of warriors to accompany him and took several cases of wine to trade. The hungry crew was overjoyed when they discovered large supplies of cheese and meat within a cave next to the shepherd's flock. However, their joy was short-lived. The cave's owner, the giant Cyclops Polyphemus, a son of Poseidon, soon returned and sealed the entrance with a giant boulder. Ignoring Odysseus' attempts to trade, Polyphemus grabbed two of the warriors, crushing them in his fists before devouring their remains. He then left the cave, returning each morning and evening to feast on what remained of the terrified crew. Facing seemingly insurmountable odds, Odysseus devised a cunning plan to escape. Knowing he couldn't overpower Polyphemus, he offered the Cyclops the wine he had brought, hoping to intoxicate the giant. As the Cyclops drank, he asked for Odysseus' name so he could thank him for the gift. Odysseus cleverly insisted that his name was Nobody. Thanking Nobody, Polyphemus soon fell into a drunken slumber. Odysseus and his men then sharpened a wooden stake they had found in the cave. Approaching the sleeping giant, Odysseus plunged the stake deep into his eye, blinding the Cyclops but ensuring not to kill him, as the boulder blocking the cave's entrance still had to be moved. Polyphemus' screams echoed across the island, drawing other Cyclopes to the cave. When they called out to ask who was harming him, Polyphemus could only reply, "Nobody is killing me. Nobody." Just as Odysseus had planned, the Cyclopes left in confusion. The next morning, Polyphemus moved the boulder to let his sheep out to graze, feeling each animal to check for escaping humans. Odysseus and his men had tied themselves to the undersides of the sheep, allowing them to pass by undetected. Reaching their ships, they managed to escape the island, though Polyphemus hurled boulders in their direction as they sailed away. Overcome by his achievement, he revealed to the giant that his name was not Nobody, but Odysseus, the famous hero of the Trojan War. Unbeknownst to him, this allowed Polyphemus to tell his father Poseidon, the god of the sea, who in revenge cursed Odysseus to lose all his crew and wander the seas for 10 long years before reaching his homeland. Unaware of Poseidon's curse, Odysseus and his crew landed on the floating island of Aeolia. They dined with King Aeolus, who ruled the island and offered Odysseus a parting gift, a leather bag containing the power of the winds, which, if used with precision, could speed his journey home. Setting sail once more, Odysseus skillfully used the winds, and soon, the homeland of Ithaca was in sight. However, as they neared the island's shores, his crew, believing the bag contained large sums of gold and silver, decided to take some for themselves. Opening the bag while Odysseus' back was turned, all the winds rushed out at once, lowering their ships back into the ocean. They clung to their ships for dear life as they were swept away. They arrived back at Aeolia, but this time, King Aeolus was not so welcoming. Knowing that only a curse from the gods could have brought Odysseus back, he refused to help them further, expelling them from the palace to avoid the wrath of the gods. Still unaware of Poseidon's curse, Odysseus set sail once more. But this journey too held misfortune. Arriving at the harbor of Laestrygonia, Odysseus sent 3 scouts to find food and the people of the town. The scouts soon realized they were not among friendly people, but were instead chased by giants back to their ships. These bloodthirsty cannibals, the Laestrygonians, devoured the scouts and turned their attention to Odysseus' ships, pelting them with boulders. Every ship was destroyed except one, with Odysseus barely escaping alive. Tired and depleted, Odysseus' remaining ship arrived at the island of Aea, home to the beautiful witch Circe, daughter of the sun god Helios and sister of the infamous witch Medea. Splitting his men into 2 groups, Odysseus stayed by his ship while the others searched the island for food. They soon arrived at Circe's house, where docile wolves and lions quivered at her feet. Inviting the men to dine with her, Circe served them a large cup of barley, cheese, and wine. But unknown to the men, there was a secret ingredient within. Having eaten the meal, the men began to fall asleep, but when they awoke, they were no longer in human form. Instead, they had taken the bodies of pigs. However, one man, not having an appetite for food, saw the events unfold and quickly ran to Odysseus to inform him of the fate of his crew. Hearing the news, Odysseus immediately set off to rescue his men. Along the way, he was stopped by the messenger god Hermes, who had come to aid him. Giving Odysseus moly, a magical herb, Hermes instructed him to use it in Circe's potions to counteract her enchantments. Taking the moly, Odysseus approached Circe and began to dine with her. The witch was surprised when he remained in human form. Drawing his sword, Odysseus threatened to kill Circe unless she transformed his crew back into humans. With the sword at her throat, Circe quickly agreed, and the pigs at her feet transformed back into men. Impressed by Odysseus' heroics, Circe invited him to her bedchamber, and together they had a son named Telegonus. Remaining on the island for a whole year, Odysseus finally decided it was time to leave. Before he departed, Circe advised him to visit the Underworld, where the prophet Tiresias could guide him on how to survive the many trials that awaited him at sea. Following Circe's advice, Odysseus traveled west, to the edge of the world, where an entrance to the Underworld was located. Completing a ritual sacrifice at the entrance, Odysseus summoned the spirits of the dead, and the blind prophet Tiresias appeared. He warned that Odysseus and his men would soon find themselves on the island of the sun god Helios, and that they should refrain from eating his cattle if they wanted to make it home alive. Thanking the prophet, Odysseus left, determined that when the time came, no man would touch the sun god's cattle. Setting sail once more, Odysseus and his men soon began to hear a beautiful melody. Just like Jason and the Argonauts had years before, their ship was passing the home of the Sirens, irresistible creatures that enticed sailors to their deaths with their bewitching songs. However, this time Odysseus was prepared. Remembering Circe's advice, he instructed the crew to plug their ears with beeswax, so they could not be seduced by the siren's call. But Odysseus, wanting to be the first man to hear the song and survive, did not plug his ears with wax. Instead, he asked his crew to bind him to the ship's mast. As the ship passed the sirens' home and their songs grew louder, Odysseus began to struggle. Drawn to the sound with every fiber of his being, he pleaded with his men to let him go, but no one answered his call, their ears blocked by the wax. Eventually, they made it through safely, and Odysseus was set free, becoming the first man to survive the siren's call. Unknown to him, the sirens were fated to die if a mortal ever heard their enchanting song and survived, and they took their own lives as his ship sailed into the horizon. The next day, Odysseus faced a difficult decision. Circe, using her magic, had warned him of the dangers ahead when he came across a narrow pass. On one side lay Scylla, a giant six-headed sea monster, and on the other, Charybdis, a whirlpool that consumed anything that came near. Heeding Circe's advice, Odysseus steered towards Scylla, willing to sacrifice 6 men rather than risk his entire ship to Charybdis. With a heavy heart, he directed his men towards the cliff where Scylla lay in wait. As the ship passed, 6 heads swooped down, each taking a sailor, whose screams echoed as they were consumed by the beast. But with a great storm on the horizon, they had no time to mourn their companions and soon stopped on the island of Thrinacia. Thrinacia was home to the cattle of the sun god Helios, the very cattle that Tiresias had warned Odysseus not to touch. Despite Odysseus' strict orders, it was not easy for his men to comply as the storm stranded them on the island for nearly a month. With their food supplies dwindling, the crew, on the brink of starvation, waited for Odysseus to fall asleep before killing and roasting the cattle. When Odysseus awoke the next morning, he fell to his knees in despair, shaking his head at the foolishness of his crew. Although the storm had now calmed, and they set off to sea once again, their crime had not gone unnoticed. The sun god Helios complained to Zeus about the slaughter of his cattle. In his fury, Zeus struck Odysseus' ship with a great thunderbolt, tearing it in half and causing all the crew to drown, except for one. As fate had predicted, Poseidon's curse had come to pass, with only Odysseus surviving the carnage, clinging to the broken remains of his ship. For 9 days and nights, he drifted across the vast ocean, and on the 10th day, he washed up on the island of the goddess Calypso. Upon rescuing Odysseus from the shore, Calypso, the daughter of the Titan Atlas, fell in love with him, asking him to stay on the island with her forever, and even offering to make him immortal. But Odysseus, longing to see his wife, Penelope, and his son, Telemachus, rejected her advances, insisting that he wanted to leave. Insulted by his rejection, Calypso kept Odysseus captive on the island for the next 7 years. Forced to lie with the goddess, Odysseus spent every night crying on the shore, wishing to see his family once again. High on Mount Olympus, the goddess Athena, who had supported Odysseus since the Trojan War, looked down upon him with sadness. One day, unable to stand by any longer, she begged Zeus to finally allow Odysseus to return home. Athena made her case, and Zeus ordered Calypso to set him free. Reluctantly, Calypso agreed, helping Odysseus build a raft to sail home. But as he neared his homeland, Poseidon heard of Odysseus' escape and conjured a storm to destroy his raft. Barely surviving, Odysseus managed to swim to the island of Scheria, where he stumbled onto the shore completely naked before falling asleep. The island of Scheria was home to the Phaeacians, ruled by King Alcinous and Queen Arete. The day after Odysseus' arrival, their daughter, Nausicaa, went down to the sea with her maids to wash their clothes, only to come across Odysseus, standing naked on the shore. Shocked, her maids ran away screaming in terror, but Nausicaa, given courage by Athena, stood her ground. Giving Odysseus some clothes, Nausicaa took him back to her palace, where she introduced him to her parents. Inviting the stranger inside, the king and queen asked Odysseus to dine with them, enjoying entertainment provided by Demodocus the poet, known for his songs inspired by the gods. As the night unfolded, the king asked Odysseus to reveal his name and story, but Odysseus, reluctant to give his name after it had led to Poseidon's curse, avoided the question, instead talking of the great sights he had seen on his travels. After a great feast, Demodocus began to play his beautiful tunes, singing of the gods of Olympus. But soon the poet's attention turned to the tale of Troy. He sang of its many heroes of Achilles and Agamemnon, and of the famous Odysseus, the maker of the wooden horse, and the most cunning of the Greeks. Awed by the tale of the Trojan horse, the crowd cheered, but Odysseus, thinking only of the many friends he had lost, grabbed his robe and began to weep, wiping the tears from his eyes. Hearing Odysseus sobbing, the king became suspicious and asked for the man's identity. Overwhelmed that his tale was being told across the land, and mesmerized by the poet's beautiful singing, Odysseus revealed that he was the famous hero of the Trojan War. Rather than returning home after the conflict, he had been wandering the ocean for 10 long years, with every attempt to reach his homeland ending in tragedy. Amazed by the story and honored to have such a great hero in their midst, the king and queen vowed to do everything they could to help him. The next morning, Odysseus awoke to find a ship in the harbor, loaded with gold and silver, and a crew ready to help him return home. Setting sail, Odysseus thanked the king and queen, his eyes now set firmly on Ithaca. 20 years after leaving home, Odysseus would finally set foot on his homeland, ready to reunite with his wife and son. However, Athena, knowing that Ithaca was not as Odysseus left it, warned him of the dangers awaiting him in his palace. Transforming him into an old beggar, Athena ensured that Odysseus would enter his home in disguise. His wife Penelope, having been alone for 20 years, was expected to remarry, with suitors from far and wide vying for her hand. Over 100 suitors now infested Odysseus' palace, eating his food and wearing his clothes. Throughout it all, Penelope had remained faithful, never giving up hope that her husband would return. Devising a cunning plan to avoid marriage, Penelope stalled her many suitors for years by weaving a burial garment for Odysseus' father, promising she would choose a new husband when it was finished. But every night, as the garment neared completion, she secretly undid all her work. This deception lasted for 3 years before it was uncovered, and now she was being forced to choose a suitor. Unbeknownst to Penelope, Odysseus was soon to be by her side. Making his way to the palace, he first stopped at the house of his most loyal servant, Eumaeus. Overjoyed to see his king again, Eumaeus offered Odysseus food and wine, pledging to help him reclaim his home. It wasn't long before another joined them. Odysseus' son Telemachus had just arrived home from his travels after searching for his father for many months. Making his way to the palace, Telemachus saw Eumaeus dining with a stranger, and hungry after his long voyage, asked if he could join them for dinner. Eumaeus, knowing the beggar's true identity, sought to give the two some time together, leaving to inform Penelope that her son had returned. With Eumaeus gone, Athena used her magic to transform the old beggar back into Odysseus in all his glory. Telemachus couldn't believe his eyes and began to weep, reunited with his father after all this time. Dropping to his knees, Telemachus embraced his father with open arms, but their reunion would have to wait. For now, Odysseus had to deal with the suitors. Disguised as a beggar once again, he entered the palace, only to discover that Penelope had set up a competition to choose her next husband. She declared she would marry the man who could shoot an arrow through a row of 12 axe heads, a feat possible only with Odysseus' great bow. It was another of Penelope's cunning tricks, as one after another, every suitor failed to even string the bow. After all the suitors had failed, Odysseus, still disguised as a beggar, asked for a turn, and the whole palace howled with laughter. But they soon fell silent as Odysseus strung the bow with ease, took aim, and shot an arrow that sailed through all 12 axes with perfect precision. Seeing the damage done to his home, Odysseus could not forgive the suitors. Turning the bow upon them, he began to fire, striking them down one by one. Panicked, the suitors tried to grab their weapons, but they could not be found, as Telemachus had hidden them during the competition. Eumaeus then joined Telemachus and Odysseus, and together they attacked the suitors, not stopping until they were all killed. With the bodies of the suitors now lying dead at his feet, Odysseus had completed his final task. The only thing left was to reunite with his wife, whose undying love had fueled his journey home. Recognizing her husband and overwhelmed with emotion, Penelope embraced Odysseus, a moment she had spent 20 long and faithful years waiting for. Letting out a sigh of relief, Odysseus was finally at peace. His wife had one question for him: where had he been all this time? With a smile on his face and tears in his eyes, he replied with one simple line: "Where do I begin?" As the sun set on the age of heroes, so too did the epic tales of bravery, wisdom, and divine intervention begin to weave into the very fabric of human consciousness. Zeus' grand design to separate the realms of gods and men had reached its zenith. No longer would mythical beasts terrorize the land, nor would demigods stride among mortals. The stories of these legendary figures, immortalized by great poets such as Homer, would echo through the corridors of time, passed down from generation to generation. In the twilight of this golden era, Zeus, having experimented with the creation of humans from gold, silver, and bronze, finally gave rise to a new race, the race of iron. This race, unlike its predecessors, was to face the full spectrum of life's hardships. They would know the weariness of old age, the pangs of hunger, the scourge of poverty, and the ravages of war. Yet, it was within these trials that their true strength would be forged. With the gods withdrawing from the earthly realm, these men of iron found themselves at the helm of their own destinies. They were free to mold the world in their own image, to build cities that touched the sky, and to carve out civilizations that would stand the test of time. They would invent writing to record their thoughts, their histories, and their dreams. Through art, music, and philosophy, they would express the depths of their creativity and the breadth of their intellect. The Iron Age men would push the boundaries of human potential. They would invent the printing press, allowing knowledge to flow freely across continents. They would uncover the mysteries of gravity, harness the power of steam, and illuminate the night with electric light. Their insatiable curiosity and indomitable spirit would drive them to explore every corner of the earth, and eventually to reach for the stars. In an awe-inspiring twist of fate, these descendants of the gods would ascend to the heavens themselves. As they ventured into space, they would gaze upon their home, a blue and green orb suspended in the vast expanse of the cosmos, much like the gods once did. For a fleeting moment, they would see the world from the perspective of the divine, realizing that they too were part of a grand and timeless narrative. And so, the legends of Greek mythology, from the dawn of creation to the twilight of the gods, would come full circle. The tales of mighty heroes, wise sages, and capricious deities would forever remain etched in the annals of history, inspiring countless generations to come. As long as there were voices to tell the stories and ears to listen, the legacy of the Greek myths would never fade, continuing to enchant and enlighten the world for all eternity. Thus ends the epic saga of Greek mythology, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the boundless potential of the human spirit. The age of heroes may have ended, but the age of human ingenuity and exploration had just begun, proving that even in the absence of gods, mankind could achieve greatness beyond imagination.